make sure I'm fearlessly safe.
Fearless leader is fearlessly safe. I think anyone will mess with it.
Okay, we're just good.
Okay.
Not me. Maybe small, but she looks.
She's my, yeah.
All right,
No,
okay.
That's a great addition.
The Finance Committee meeting is called to order at 9:42 a.m. All members are present, that being Alderwoman Finlayson to my right and Alderwoman O'Neill to my left. But we're going to wait a moment for Alderwoman Finlayson to join us.
No, is your mic on? Is your mic on? No. His isn't on.
I would, that she is in the basketball court.
We can approve the agenda. At this time, I'll accept a motion to approve today's agenda.
Motion to approve agenda from May 2nd, 2023.
Second,
Okay.
all in favor
I got none.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have any
Right.
minutes?
No, they're at the bottom.
Okay,
Sounds
Okay.
good, yes.
okay.
Talk to you.
Okay, before we start on fees and fines, which I just mentioned is part of our deliberation, we must, call it that as we review. I thought it necessary to present some guidelines for deliberation. The next few days have to bring out the best in us, and we need to have clear heads. And I thought these guidelines, which I actually got from Saturday's seminar that I attended at St. John's College. So if we just take a few minutes, I didn't want to pick out anyone because that would be subjective, so I'm going to just read all of them.
Madam Chair, are these the guidelines for the committee to follow?
Yes, this is guidelines for our deliberation. I thought that was necessary so that we don't have much time, and I thought it would be constructive. Okay? And if you disagree,
I'm not sure why we're doing guidelines in the middle of the process, but okay,
I know,
you're
I
the chair,
regret-
so you
Thank
go
you.
right ahead.
I regret that I didn't do these yesterday. I just, as I said, I don't know if you heard me, I think, the next couple of days we're going to be cramming, and I just want to bring out the best in us and have some structure. So, the guidelines that I suggest is to speak your mind freely, but don't monopolize conversation, listen carefully to others, try to really understand what they're saying and respond to it, especially when their ideas are different from your own. Avoid building your own argument in your head while others are talking. If you're afraid you will forget a point, write it down. Remember that deliberation is about sharing ideas and building new ones. It is not a contest to see whose ideas are best. Try to put yourself in someone else's shoes. See if you can make a strong case for an argument with which you disagree. Are there things you appreciate about that perspective? Help to develop one another's ideas. Listen carefully and ask clarifying questions. For example, quote, "Can you explain further what you meant by," end quote. Paraphrase each other to confirm your understanding of their points. For example, you may say, so are you saying? Build off of each other. Refer specifically to other deliberators and their ideas. For example, you might start your comment by saying, as blank said, I think we need to look at that issue. Be open to changing your mind. This will help you really listen to others' views. When disagreement occurs, don't personalize it. Keep talking and explore the disagreement. Look for the common concerns beneath the surface. Be careful not to discredit another person's point of view. For example, you may raise a new concern by asking, I share your concern, but have you considered? Remember that although you are trying to listen to and build on each other's ideas, that doesn't mean that everyone has to end up in the same place. Do not be afraid to say you don't know or to say you've changed your opinion. So I thought those were pretty good.
Madam Chair, I thought we signed or passed a code of civility several weeks ago that pretty much encompasses, but you felt the need to reiterate would suggest that you perceive that something outside of those acts of civility would exist.
Yeah, I think that the rules of civility are good for parliamentary procedures, and this is sort of not parliamentary procedures. It's more of a discussion back and forth. And again, with the limited time.
Not a problem, Madam Chair. I just said we passed those, and I supported them. I think all three of us did. But the fact that you felt the need to reiterate those things, and this is a parliamentary procedure. Okay, we do follow, and that code is not just for city council meetings, but for all of our meetings.
Right.
But I get your point.
I wasn't trying to make a point. Just take it and throw the rest away. It's just some guidelines. So at this time, we're going to take up some legislation. R21-23 is the fee schedule, and we have it attached to Granicus. This is the understanding that the enterprise fees are not in this schedule. They will be coming to us as an amendment, and I'm not sure of any other revisions, so we're going to be looking at this as it's in front of us. Does everybody have it on Granicus?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. As we go through, we'll just look at the revisions unless there's anything you want to bring up. Kate, did you want to say something?
Yes.
Thank you. On page 24 of the fee schedule, there are changes there to Recs and Parks that is not the intention of the current director. So you are also going to receive an amendment to remove those changes. It's at
Say
the top
that
of page 24.
One more time, okay.
All of those in red are being eliminated, is what you're saying?
So on page 24 of the fee schedule, you have baseball fields and pickleball courts. So the intention of that is not the intention of the current director. So we will submit an amendment to remove those changes.
So will there be changes, but just not the ones that have been outlined in
The
the,
only changes for Recs and Parks are going to be on page
The pool ones.
27, which is to the pool, which the director presented in her presentation.
I suspect there will be changes in the use of the pickleball court.
Yeah, I did just see
It's
that
just
one, so
not what
I will
is listed
confirm, but
here.
I will, and get back to you. But
Do you want us to proceed and then we'll get back to that?
yeah, to Alderwoman's point, we do have new pickleball courts this year, so I'll, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, and I'll send another email right now.
Question, well, I guess when we get to it, I was just curious if the pickleball courts they play inside, but this is
In the
for
winter.
And outside.
this is the winter.
Yeah, they do have outside
The summer
pickleball
ones,
courts that just
okay,
were
cool.
completed.
Got it. All righty.
Are we just going to go through page by page?
Well, yeah, where we see revisions, unless you see something, so page 1, I don't, I'll just, guide it here. I don't see any,
Revisions are just titles, correct?
yeah, Kate,
Additions of titles?
yeah. You might want to follow along with us, because we see underlines, but that looks like it's just a typo, that you put a dash in there. Not a typo, but.
Where are you?
First page.
First page.
So first page where it says Title II Administration under the Code section column?
I think Cynthia went through here and made some formatting changes, basically. So that's what that is there.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that might be helpful then. That explains the red lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's what happened on page 2.
Correct.
So let's move on, and maybe she can give us a general comment about her approach here. 3 looks like it's, she just wanted some consistency there, I think, and not saying fee for, because it's known that it's a fee.
Yeah, just some editing.
Agree?
Uh-huh.
All right. 4, nothing in the right column. It looks like it's, let's make sure, annual, okay, yeah, that's just language. I'm looking specifically at 10.16.200. She just, cuts and pastes there. Any questions on 4?
Madam Chair, I put
Yes.
together a summary for FAC that I can send to you all if it helps, a summary of the major changes, if that would help at all.
So there is an addition to, no, there's a change under code reference 12.20.085.b.
I'm not, are you on page 4?
I'm not on page 4, but I'm reading from an amendment that I requested. So I'm looking, it's places where stopping is prohibited by signs. And the code reference should be, I don't think it's listed on here, but it's an addition. And it's, was requested by parking that the fine for the initial offense was $50 and they want it to increase to $100, and then fine for repeat continuous violations is also $100. It's been 50-50 in the past.
So, but you said it's an amendment?
In the 2024 fine schedule, yes. But I don't not, maybe it's in a different location. Let me just take a look at here.
I'm confused if it's an amendment. Well, we're not looking at amendments, so this is the base budget. Or is
So
it
it's
a,
in-
is it a,
it's
get
a-
it in there?
Yes.
It's one of those, okay.
It's
get
one
it
of those that was asked to be added to
to the
fine.
budget, okay, right now, okay. Do you want to, we'll have to get back to that because it's not, are you aware of that, Kate? This,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Karma.
It's code reference 12.20.085.b. And I don't even see that listed on here. 12.20.085.b.
She's coming.
Okay.
You said 085?
Mm-hmm.
If we could defer that question till Cynthia comes up here, she put this together for us, so maybe she could answer that question.
Okay. Did it get to the law office?
It did.
Okay. Okay. Good.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Conley, so the fee schedule does not have all of the code in it, all of the fees that we provide. I would thought that this would be an inclusive list of all fees, regardless of whether they're changing or not.
Sorry about
You
that.
can take a second.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, Cynthia Reuter, Office of Law, Policy Analyst. The legislation that you're looking at is what came out of the code. It's the entire fee list.
We're
or fine
missing
list.
some sections of the code that have fees in them. So that's why I'm asking.
For instance, this new one that I requested, the 12.20.085,
That is an amendment, I believe.
but it's not listed. So right here, it's 50 amended to 100, but it's not listed under the code references.
I believe I emailed you that and was waiting approval before attaching it.
So,
So I guess my question is, and maybe, sorry for the confusion, this would appear that it it falls under our code for, oh, sorry. I'm going to back up because it's a fine and not a fee. That's where I,
Okay, maybe it's there.
yes, I'm sorry.
I hope it's
I
there.
apologize for the confusion.
No.
It should be under the fines, not fees.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just sent the three of you an email. It's a report that I put together for the Financial Advisory Commission, and it lists a high level of all the fees and fines that have changed and the justification that we received from departments. If that would be helpful, it's in your emails.
Let me turn to my colleagues. Would you rather go over that, or do you want to go over page by page? Sheila, what do you think? I know, what do you think? Oh, let's look at it.
Ms. Conley, may I ask, what you sent us, and I'm pulling it up now, has all of the changes, no matter what they are, whether it's
If it's
text or,
If it's formatting, that's not a substantial change, so I would not include that. This is, if there's either something added or a rate or fee or fine has changed, that's what's included in what I sent you. If text has changed, that's not included. If formatting is changed, that's not included.
Okay.
I believe Ms. Reader did a cleanup of the fees and fines schedule, so that's a lot of what you're going to see.
Madam Chair, I think you asked me a question. I would prefer that we go through the entire document. Since text changes are not included, she highlighted the significant changes and.
Yeah, let's have both opened, and then, we'll see the reasoning when we get to a change. Thank you. Cynthia, thank you for coming. Could you just explain your approach with the formatting changes that we have seen a lot of up to this point?
Oh, of course.
No problem. I lost my place.
Sections, I added a separate line for the code number and the title. So it'd be easier to find what you're looking for under, if you're looking at it for a certain title, you can just scroll down easier and find the title and then find the section you're looking for. I bolded subheaders or subtitles. And if there was a list of items under a certain fee category, I moved the list over a couple spaces so that you could easily pick out the list. That's about it.
Okay. We're on page 4 right now, and that looks like a good example of the several things that you mentioned, where you bolded a title and you put in a subtitle and you sectioned off, you put a space for the title. Do you see that? So we'll go to page 5. And Cynthia, you can briefly, is that the same approach?
It's the same approach throughout, both fees and fines. The fines is a lot smaller list, so I didn't do as much in fines as I did with fees.
Yeah, we're going to stay on fees, and then we'll go to fines. I have a question on 14.20.010. Did you add the 4 or 5 days or less, or was that there and you restructured it? This is permit to obstruct public streets, lanes, alleys, sidewalks, or footways. A non-refundable permit fee for 5 days or less, $70. Non-refundable permit fee for each additional day. Obstruction permit, no, not that one. So those two, did you, were those timeframes added, or were they there?
I am still catching up.
Okay, sorry if I'm going too fast.
Give me just a moment, please.
May I follow up with a process question? Everything that's in red is what's new.
Correct.
Correct. So if it's in red, it wasn't already there.
Right.
Only what's in black was already there. So maybe that'll help answer the question. Everything in red is what's new.
Right, and it was explained to us that Cynthia's red was formatting changes, so I'm only asking this because it looks like it adds language instead of just formatting. That's the only reason. I just wanted clarification. But is that clear to you, or the question, or what it says?
What it says is clear to me.
Okay. 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 Are you good on this page?
I'm good, yes.
Okay. Page 6. Looks like formatting. Are we good?
It's not just formatting, the amounts changed under the overnight from $2.25 to $3. Actually, several of them. If you read down.
Oh, Harbor Master. Okay, Kate, where'd she go?
I think she had to take a phone call.
Oh, okay. I got it. This is one where she must have highlighted. Do you have her email open, anyone? For Title 15?
What's the question? I'm not clear on what you're asking.
Because it's a change in number, then Kate probably has an explanation in the email that she sent to us, because her email is a summary of the changes.
Well, these are Harbor Master changes. I think Mr. Malinoff could speak to changes in the Harbor Master's fees under,
If I can, I know who can. I'll go. You want me to get Jackie?
yeah, well, I guess the question is, these are changes, not very significant, but changes nevertheless. So I assume that the departments make these recommendations to you and the finance director, and those are what we're seeing. So
Correct.
these are the Harbor Master's changes.
Correct.
Right. So let me just, if I may, what Kate Connolly sent us in the email is these changes, and then a brief, just FYI, just a brief description from, I guess this came from the Harbor Master.
There's not a description of why it's changed. It's just a description of what the fee is for.
Yeah, the
For
addition.
instance, Naval Academy graduation Memorial Day holiday weekend went from 50 cents a foot to $1 a foot. And it just says total premium period of 11 days adjusted annually to begin each year, the Friday before graduation and reverting to regular fees the Tuesday after Memorial Day.
Are you in Title 15? What title are you in?
I'm in the document that Katie sent us with the detail of what was changed.
For Title 15?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So it's a change, but the explanation is just,
There's not an explanation. It's
Yeah.
just an explanation of what the fee is for and why it's a different fee than a Labor Day holiday or weekend charge.
Do we need the department heads here to justify the changes they're requesting? Is that where we're going?
yeah, I wanted to give Kate a first pass at it because she received the changes. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Ms. Dickinson, is Ms. Conley going to be able to justify all of these changes from the various department heads?
So, if you... Jody Dickinson, Finance Director. So if you want explanations as to why the fees are going up or down, I would ask the department or the responsible administrative employees to come in and explain that. We covered some of that when they were doing their presentations. If it came up or if they brought it up in their presentation, it would have been covered. But sometimes the fees and the fine changes are, brushed over pretty quickly. So if you would like them to come, we can try to get somebody here. And
Yeah.
tell me which departments, and we'll reach out and get them here. You talking about Harbor Master? You want me to walk over and see if Jackie can come?
Harbor Master was the first one that we came across that are changes to the fees. Yeah, not just format changes.
So under the reinspection fees, which look like are all new, there is a description that says these are being added to assist us in gaining compliance and to help offset the additional personnel costs these caused the fire department. These were all based on comparison of similar costs. And specifically, it's talking about canceled inspection, resubmittal, use and occupancy inspection, fire safety inspection. Is that under? That's still under Title 15.
Is it, though? I don't,
Page 14.
yeah.
Interesting. It falls under there. It doesn't,
I mean,
it doesn't
yeah,
talk about its own. So it's not, sorry.
yeah,
It should
doesn't
be
make
titled
sense. That's
Title
17.
17.
Yeah, that's 17. So we need John Manassa for enforcement.
It is under chapter 17.20.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So-
According to this summary document, it doesn't
It doesn't give the chapter.
give the title.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we need John, I think John Manassa better than Tom Smith. What do you think?
I don't
Enforcement?
personally think it's necessary. They've made their recommendations, but it's up to the chair to make the decision.
No,
Is everything okay? Ms. Connolly? Is everything okay? Okay.
the harbor master, did you get any explanation from the harbor master? I know you said the explanation was in what you sent us, but we don't really see it.
Yes.
Just want to confirm we're still on fees.
Correct, under section, Title 15.
Okay. Give me 1 second to open that document up. All right, so the goal is to simplify and give the city the ability to charge higher rates during holidays with a surcharge. It also keeps up with other marinas as well. That was the justification given by the harbor master.
Okay, you have that, but we don't have that, right? So,
It's on, what I sent you, it's on page 3. I'm sorry, page 2.
The changes are there, but it doesn't really describe why we're going from $2.25 to $3 per foot for an overnight.
So that would be to keep up with other marinas.
Okay.
okay, that's. Is that
And then
good?
it looks like there's some stylistic changes there as well.
Right,
And then where it says premium, holiday premium surcharge. So this gives the ability, I'm sorry, this gives the city the ability to charge higher rates during holidays.
Naval Independence, Labor Day,
Yes.
weekend premiums.
So that's going from 50 cents to $1 a foot.
And again, this is based on other
Yes, ma'am.
marinas. Okay. Are you good with that?
I'm good with the professionals making their recommendations to us.
Okay. You don't want to hear the reasons why? Or,
I trust them, so I don't need to have them. I mean, I appreciate
Oh, yeah,
what
no,
Ms.
I think
Connolly
we're-
has done, but
Yeah.
I don't.
yeah, that's why we were waiting for you to come back, because I know that you had the explanations.
So page 4 of your summary actually moves into Title 17.
Yeah, there's no header.
The reinspection fees.
Yes.
Okay.
So confirm those came from planning and zoning?
That's fire department.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
If you see halfway through, it says fire safety inspections.
All right. And
Basically here, it's the changes in fees are due to the additional cost that it costs the fire department. So just covering the cost of what it costs the city. And
Am I
then
supposed to pass?
if you want to go through specifics, we can
Oh, minutes, we got minutes.
on each one.
so those are new because they're red and underlined.
That's
They were
correct.
not fees prior.
You are correct.
Are we okay with those? I know that
I thought
Mr.
he had
Melanop is getting
Oh.
John Manassas, but I believe he should actually be getting Chief Remley. O'Malley?
Kaylin, can you, we were mistaken. It's the fire department. It wasn't planning and zoning on these inspection fees that were added.
Page 14 in the, she wants formality to come before the committee.
Resubmittal fee.
I don't know when. We must be having another meeting.
I tend to agree with Alderwoman Finlayson that I trust them, but I think what I'm hearing is that you may want to hear the justification.
Well, there is justification for the Title 17 ones. It talks about why
Right.
they're adding these fees. So
Right.
I think if we go through each of those,
It's sufficient.
and I also agree with Alderwoman Finlayson that if the fire department needs to add these to assist in compliance and offset the personnel costs, then they needed to be added. Sounds like there's a reason for them to be added because
Yeah. So together, let's look at, I'm looking at the cancel inspection, the resubmittal fee. There's two of them, the use and occupancy inspection, fire safety inspection, which is, I found interesting because there was never any cost for it before. And then the temporary structure permit review fee. And then the inspection fees. And the permit 3-month extension fees. Okay. Okay.
I guess I would just like on the record that these fees also need to be added. If I'm a homeowner needing a fire inspection fee and I've never paid for it before in my last renovation, now I'm paying for it, and I think it's in our best interest for transparency to make sure that all of these fees are understood.
Yeah, the question too, is this for, to your point, is it residential and commercial?
Right,
There's
and
no,
like temporary structure permit review fees, does that include a special event tent? And is that in addition to the special event tent permit fees?
this is the fire marshal's office, so would you want Bud Sapita to come in, or there a representation from the fire marshal's office to come in? I'm asking. Karma?
If we could just get a
An answer.
statement from them, an analysis of what each ones are, the temporary
Do you want them here
Yeah, if,
structure permit review fees.
tomorrow or right now?
see if he can walk over right now, Bud Sapita or somebody from the fire marshal's office, and we can just keep going. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Then we go to, there's not a, okay. We were going through the pages of the,
Yeah, up until page 14, there were not any other fee changes other than the editing changes.
okay, hold on to me. Alrighty. So we're on page, okay, we are on, page 10, 11 of our fine, like you said. Page 12 and 13, are you with me?
No changes
Okay, page 14 is the ones that are
in question.
in question. It looks like we used inches instead of the thingy. All right, So we'll go back to those for the fire marshal. It probably has to do with the fact that they finally had a fire protection engineer. Okay. Page 16 looks like it's formatting. Page 17 looks like it's formatting. Page 18, I have nothing. Page 19, I have nothing. Page 20, I have just the title insert. Are you with me?
I'm on page 22.
Okay. Page 22. Looks like those are number changes. Monthly rates of, oh yeah, so here we go into the Larkin lot.
Those changes are to bring the rates in line with GOTS.
Oh, okay, that's a good explanation.
I have a question. So we keep our surface lots in line with our garages?
That's a city manager question. He does the rates for, right?
No, and I would ask that we talk to either Marcus or the city manager about how they're trying to set the rates with our lots. I know they would try to make them fairly comparable, so we don't have, if Larkin lots is really low rate, and it's not even with GOTS, everybody's gonna try to crowd the Larkin lot, and then nothing will be available there. So I don't know if Larkin is higher than the GOTS rate. If it's raising, is it raising the Larkin rate to
To be in line with GOTS.
raising it, right? Yes, Larkin's a small lot. They may want to make sure that those spots aren't always full, and then filling up so that other people there can park in Larkin. You see what I mean?
So is the intent to keep it comparable to GOTS?
GOTS, so
Because
that
traditionally, our surface lots have had a different pay structure.
they're asking about bringing the Larkin rates in line with the GOTS rates. Do you have any more information on that? They're in the same general vicinity, and I would think that they would be trying to make sure that the Larkin lot isn't overwhelmed with, tourist parkers, first thing filled up, and then the businesses surrounding the Larkin lot wouldn't have any space available.
So
That is my presumption.
Right,
And if,
okay.
on the specifics, I would defer to the Transportation Department.
then I think we should have Mr. Moore come, because that lot is used by a lot of locals, church-related activities going on there that I would like to have considered.
Yeah, I think he's calling him. Okay. That's a good idea. So we're going to need that. Okay. So, let's go back. Budget book. We are on the Parks and
Recreation and Parks fees,
yeah.
23.
Yep. And we don't have her.
We're taking out baseball fields.
22. No, 14. 22 is the parking. I think it's 14, I'll tell you in a minute.
So this is I'm on page 24, and this is where they inserted
Page
the
14.
pickleball courts and the baseball fields.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
spoke to Marcus Moore. He's going to try to come down here. His first comments were to bring the fees in line with GOTS Court, but he's going to come down.
Okay. Okay.
I emailed Bud, but would it be best if Michael, city manager Malinow, try to
Speak to the chair.
Yeah. I emailed Captain Zapata, but would it be best if city manager Malinow tried to reach out?
Yeah,
as well?
probably. Yeah. Yeah, he was out of the room, I forgot. Mr. Malinoff, and there were some fire protection engineer items, and so we thought it was the fire marshal's office. And so could you?
It would be the fire marshals, although I'm very familiar with what they did, and I
Oh,
think you all
okay.
summarized it correctly, which is frankly to incentivize, so they don't have to have repeat inspections, and if inspections are canceled, that they tend to do that to try to limit the possibility that they have to come back in multiple times because people cancel or don't show up.
So is
But I
it,
can ask them to send somebody. I can get a hold of the chief, and we can get somebody over if you would prefer. It's pretty standard. I've seen it in my past doing that.
May I ask, do we still make exceptions for church events and, or is that a Marcus question, Mr. Moore question?
I don't know. That you mean for Marcus? And yeah, he'll come down to answer that. Those I don't
Okay.
know. But in terms of the fire marshal's office and the fees and I was listening, I think Alderwoman O'Neill was bringing it up about why they were increased for re-inspections. And traditionally, they try to keep them in line with other jurisdictions and internally, and it's try to eliminate the possibility that happens often that people miss the scheduled inspections.
And how about the temporary structure?
That one I don't know. If they had that one put in there for a particular reason, I can certainly get a hold of Chief Romali.
yeah, and I just wanted to confirm whether it was both residential and commercial.
Right. All right. Let me get a hold of Chief Romali and see if he can.
Okay. And my question to that would be, there is a fee to submit a temporary structure permit application. And it was my understanding that the fee covered the inspections. So if we're adding $50 to that fee, I just have questions.
Okay. All right. And that's that's fire marshal as well?
It's all under the same page on page 14 of our
Yeah,
fee schedule.
yeah, that's why I think it's under the fire marshal.
It says temporary structure permit review fees.
Right. Yeah, I see. Let me get them.
Okay. All right. So we're on the baseball and pickleball, page 24
In baseball, we removed for now.
for now. She left again. And then the pickleball, did we have a question?
It's a new fee, so. But it makes sense. If we're charging for tennis courts, we should charge for pickleball.
you're listening to the.
Yeah, and it's the same. Are you okay with pickleball? B.
I'm fine with what the director recommended.
Okay. Let's see. Page 25, we're good. Page 26, clarification necessary there. Cynthia, you might want to chime in on this, the 26 and 27. Oh, okay. And then these are the pool revisions that the director spoke to. And there's no explanation on what Kate gave us. But are you okay based on what the director said in her presentation about this, or are there any questions on the pool fees added? Oh, she does say new fees will allow the Penguins to utilize the pool. That's what she said, Kate? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then we're into liquor board fees.
I have a question about, like, I know there's no changes to liquor board fees. it was my understanding back in the day, as somebody who worked in restaurants, that liquor board fees were to pay for a liquor inspector. Do we have a liquor inspector?
Would you mind speaking up, please? You're muffled.
Sorry. My question was, do we have a liquor inspector? Is my understanding that fees were in place to pay for a liquor inspector?
Who are you directing it to?
Right. She would be. The answer is traditionally we have, and Regina would have to answer to the details.
Yeah, I concur with that. I was always led to believe that it covered the inspection costs. So we'll get Regina to speak to that. So,
She's coming.
oh, okay, yeah, harbor master fees, just briefly, we got an hi, you can introduce yourself, I guess. We got an explanation that the fees under the harbor master were revised to be in line with others.
We're on page 6 of our fee schedule, under Title 15.
That's probably what I have here anyway. All right. Okay. Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager for Resilience and Sustainability. And what were your particular questions with regard to the fee schedule?
We're looking at page 6 of the fee schedule where not actually, it's, yeah, page 6 it starts where there's an adjustment in the overnight fee. There's an adjustment on the Naval Academy and, holiday fees. Do you see where we're at? And then it continues, with the main mooring field, St. Mary's Cove. What's in orange? It should be in your fee schedule. So we're just verifying what we heard, which was this was to make it in line with other.
Yes, so the harbor master actually did, I believe she supplied, I don't know if you were supplied with this list that I have. She looked at marinas in the Annapolis Yacht Basin, City Marina, Bay Bridge Marina, Bert Jabins, Safe Harbor, which is Mears, Annapolis Landing, Port Annapolis, Nautilus Point, Haven, Harbor Marina, and Harrington Harbor. So these are all city or large county and just across the bay marinas to come up with the rates that she's proposing. And we had before a reservation rate and then a non-reservation rate. And it was becoming confusing in the application because there's a different rate during the week and a different one on the weekend. So we got rid of the reservation versus non-reservation rate. It's all just one fee across the board, but there's still a weekday fee, Monday through Thursday, which is what's proposed is $3, and then the other rate, the higher rate is $3.75 is proposed, $4 is proposed for the weekends from Friday through Sunday. So it just makes it cleaner and easier to administer. What you're getting with a reservation is the certainty that you have a space, but there's no difference in fee anymore.
Okay.
And what Beth Bellis, the harbor master, estimated was an increase of $25,000 in revenue with the fee increase, which is supported by the research that she performed.
We like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's great. Yeah, Beth always does a good job optimizing revenue.
Yeah, she did a very thorough job on this.
Okay, sorry to bring you up. We just wanted to confirm her explanation.
Sure.
Unless there's any questions.
Okay. I apologize. I was in a Hawkins Cove meeting where we were
Oh,
selecting
gosh.
our contractor for phase
Oh,
one.
gosh. No, go
So
back then. Go
we got
back.
that done, so that we're hearing
Yeah.
about that soon, too.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And so Regina, we had, Alderwoman
Next on
O'Neill
the
had
hot
a
seat.
question. Hi. Did you want to ask?
Thank you. My question was, I had always been told and thought it was policy that the fees were, liquor fees were, in order to pay for a liquor inspector, and I was asking if we do in fact have a liquor inspector.
I'm not sure if his title is liquor inspector, but David Fitzpatrick.
The mic isn't on.
I should know better, right? Okay. That's my job. I know.
Okay, well, David Fitzpatrick in the police department is handling liquor inspections at this time. But I don't think his title is inspector.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming up. So I have, to summarize, I think we need to hear from Marcus. And the building, the fire marshal.
I think he's on his way.
Yeah, good, okay. All right. But in the meantime, we could continue into fines. Okay. All right, that's tab D. And Kate, you didn't have any, actually, I don't remember being, so let's go through. I don't see
Changes on page 8.
anything till page 8.
There is a change on page 1 under sidewalk cafe violation.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, skipped that one.
Yeah, this was, that's right, yeah, FAC had a hard time with this one. Title 7 is, the reason I heard is probably not, was the fact that now that we have a lease for these, they have to, there's a multidisciplinary inspection, but I don't know for sure.
Downhill.
Mr. Malinoff, do you know anything about the sidewalk cafe violation increase from 100 to 250?
Wow. We were just discussing who was going to go. I explained to her that delegation works the other way, as you pointing at me, but you overruled.
Yeah.
It's just been my life experience here.
Yeah.
But can I suggest to you one thing on the one question that Marcus Moore is coming down, but he did send an email that I forwarded to you three to explain the Larkin lot issue.
Oh, okay. Well, let's,
He says that it was paused during the pandemic. He'll be here in a few minutes, but that's the background.
oh, I see. Yeah, I feel bad that he's coming, but okay. All right, so is it Steve Rice?
Steve Rice is he would be the expert on that
Yeah.
issue. Yes.
I mean, it might just be a phone call if it is an inspection issue based on the new lease. I don't know. I mean, is
The
it
new fees for the parklets?
oh, I'm back. Yeah.
That's,
The sidewalk cafe violation.
The violations?
Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah, page 1 of the fines.
So I'm not going to be able to tell you definitively, but I know part of the concern was they have a lot more people using the sidewalk cafes now since they've got the parklets out there, and they want to make sure they comply with the rules.
Okay.
But if there been specific issues, either Stephen Rice or, I don't know who in planning and zoning would be doing the inspections on the sidewalk violations. Who? Lisa?
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with the sidewalk cafe?
If that's what the professional said, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't know what professional and
Well,
what
these
Stephen
people who
Rice.
do this work for a living. And they're making the recommendations. And the recommendation should always cover costs.
I can read the justification from the department, if that
Oh,
helps.
oh, great, thank you.
So the response that I received was, the proposed increase is to promote compliance by the sidewalk cafe permit holders. Current fine schedule is $100 per day of violation. Additional follow-ups, including the notice of violations, are issued to the businesses. Additional inspections are required to ensure compliance, requiring additional time from available staff, including public works inspectors and engineers.
Yeah, good, I told FAC the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Melanoff, we got a response from Mr. Moore. I think our question had to do more with the hourly rate, and he was referring to the monthly rate, so I hope he's prepared to talk about that. Thank you.
Okay. Is he on his way, or, yeah, we'll just continue. The next one is odd that it was reduced. So that's
Page is it on?
9, or did I go too fast?
Page 8.
Yeah, there's one on page 8, sorry. That's a cancellation fee. That makes sense to me. Makes sense? Mm-hmm. Makes sense, yeah. Okay, so the last one, any idea on the reduction in the historic preservation violation?
The response from the department is, the goal is to make these fines the same as the building code.
Okay. So otherwise they can't rationalize it. It's the same inspection process regardless, huh? Okay. Okay, all right. So we'll hold on making any sort of a recommendation as a whole until we just chat with Marcus, and I'm not sure who's coming from the fire. Alrighty, I've got 5 windows open here. Let's go back to Granicus.
Are we going to make a recommendation on the fees and fines? Are we finished with the fines? I know we're not finished with the fees. Or are we gonna do it, we're gonna do it piecemeal, or we're gonna do it all collectively?
No, I think we're good to make a motion on the fines unless somebody sees something that I don't. I think the 2 are specific to fees only. So sure, I'll accept a motion.
Okay. And the fine schedule is
No,
where
we haven't.
I'm
We haven't
asking
finished.
for an addition.
Want to just leave it?
Do we need to add that now or wait?
If there's a fine.
I'm hearing it's an amendment, but Cynthia?
We haven't finished with the fees, so we'll come back to it when Marcus and others come in to speak. But the fines, it looks like we may be finished, but whatever she says.
Yeah, Carmen has a issue with a line item.
I don't have an issue.
I mean, a question.
I'm submitting an amendment to one of the fines. Sorry.
Yikes.
And it's what I was confusing with fees. Sorry. Let me get this.
Are you presenting this to the Finance Committee for a recommendation, or
Yes, under
How is
Title
this working?
12.20.
do we have a copy of your amendment?
We don't.
I'm about to email you.
You're about to get a copy of the amendment. It's under 12.20. 20.085B, places where stopping is prohibited by signs, the Transportation Department has asked that that goes from 50 to 100. In both cases of initial fine and subsequent.
Where's the subsequent addressed?
It's the second column.
Oh, right, well, so 100 for both. Just a procedural question, or will this be an amendment then, that if we gave a favorable recommendation, then what happens, I guess is my question. Where will we see it?
For the fees or fines in general?
No,
For this particular one, 12.20.085.
So if you're recommending a change, we're going to have an amendment that every time we change the schedule of fees or fines, we make the amendment, and then we reissue the whole schedule again with that change in it. So it would come, if it's a finance committee amendment, it would come as a finance committee amendment. I would advise that you get all of your ideas for fines and fees together, and we'll do one fine amendment and one fee amendment for the finance committee. Does that not answer your question?
Sure. Ms. Reuter has worked on an amendment for this particular fine.
Okay.
We have it. It will be emailed to us shortly, if not already.
So it's not a part of this process?
That's what I'm asking. Like, can we approve or give a favorable recommendation to the council for the fine schedule with this amendment? Or do we need to wait?
For the amendment process.
For the amendment process. I'm not sure. So from a practical matter, I think that it's not going to matter much because the amendments are going to go up for consideration in early June. That first Monday in June, we have an all-day meeting. And if you were to process that separately from this, there's no reason to wait, but it would go on the council schedule just like any other amendment update. Then you would have to do like a separate resolution that you want to change the fee.
So it's not in the mayor's budget, so it would be an amendment. We could add it as a finance committee amendment. And
Or
we-
recommendation, a finance committee recommendation.
Yeah,
Yes, or if this is something you want to do separately, then you would introduce a resolution through the Office of Law with the updated schedule attached with this change shown. So I guess it's what you would rather do.
The Office of Law has already put together the amendment. So I'm guessing I'm asking my finance committee members if you'll accept that as part of what we are giving a favorable recommendation to, or if you would rather wait and have it come at a later time.
I think as long as we label it an amendment,
I think we should put it in as a recommendation, along with all of our other recommendations. That's assuming if there's a concurrence on what it says. But I would put it in as a recommendation from the Finance Committee. I mean, there's a little longer process going through the resolution. I don't know why we would do that, and we're in the midst of the budget process.
Correct.
that's consistent with how we're doing everything else. So today we would do a favorable or unfavorable on what's presented in the mayor's budget.
Well, I mean, we're going to recommend the fee schedule that was in the mayor's budget or not.
Right.
Same thing with the fines. And this is part of the fine schedule, right? Not fee schedule.
So
We're making this complicated. It doesn't have to
I
be.
know, that's why I'm asking. I'm like, can we just say yes?
You have recommendations, right? And then you have finance committee amendments as
yeah,
well.
two different things.
Two different things. If you tell us recommendations, that doesn't let us know that you want us to create an amendment that's supported by the finance committee. So if you have an amendment, a true amendment, there's one of two ways you can do this. You can get finance committee on board, or you can submit it separately.
Okay.
So I will receive a motion on how you want to proceed.
I would make the recommendation to change 1220.085 from a $50 fee to a $100 fee in both cases of the initial first offense and for repeat and continuous violations
On the fine schedule.
on the fine schedule.
I would prefer, I won't second, I want to see it. And you said that,
You
Ms.
have it.
Root already, we
You have
already
it.
have it?
You have it now. It's been
Okay.
emailed to you.
Yeah, we would just ask that we get a copy, just to make sure it's included, not missed. Thank you.
So while you're looking at that, I'll reiterate that. So on these resolutions and these ordinances that have to do with budget, the amendments to that legislation should come through us because we format those for inclusion in order based on the order that we get them in. So we are typically the ones that are processing these. Depending on what we have for the fee and fine schedule, I said to get all your ideas together, but you may not want to because you may put them in separately as separate amendments. Because if everybody was in favor of one change, but not another change, you don't want the whole amendment to go down for one issue. So you may want to put those all on separate amendments.
I do have one question. I know I've read your amendment. And this is kind of a general question I'd ask for staff to respond to. Initial offense is $100, but a repeat offense is also $100. And it used to be that repeat offenses are increases over initial offenses. So is there a consideration to increase the repeat offenses from the same $100?
That question was posed to me by Ms. Reuter when she was writing it. But according to the rest, if you look through all of the other fines, they are all consistently the same. And so I think it was in keeping with consistency. If you look at every other fine on here, it doesn't increase.
Well, some of them do. I'm looking at parking permit violations.
One.
And it looks like several others. So, so I don't think we'd be inconsistent, but it's your resolution. I mean, it's your amendment, so. If you go to page 7,
I'm
there are a
all
lot
for
of fines.
increasing it because that's would hopefully stop it after the second one. I know that if you get a parking violation in a 2-hour spot, the first is 40 and then it goes up from there. So I don't know why we wouldn't do it.
Let's table that and ask Marcus, so that logic.
From Director Moore, it said his initial request of this was, today's parking meeting, we discussed the fine for parking in a no stopping area is 50, but it's an important safety violation and we think it should increase to at least 100. We request that you amend in committee to correct this. Places where stopping is prohibited by signs.
So he doesn't speak to the repeat offenders.
It does not speak to the repeat offenders. But again, if I look down,
There's one that
I'm just skimming through other pages, and there are lots of offenses that
great timing.
increase considerably.
so then do we amend starting at 12:20:30, parking adjacent to yellow line curb, parking with left side to curb?
Let's first ask for the rationale from Director Moore, who came over here. Thank you so much. Yeah. If you could come in and I don't know what you have with you, but we are reviewing fees and fines. And the particular reason we asked you to come over was the concerns on the Larkin lot and also the church use of Larkin lot. So Karma will give you the schedule. The heck is it?
Make it easier than if you.
Page which,
I'm sorry?
towards the end.
Are we working on the amendment for the parking violation, or are we talking about the surface lot?
You said Larkin Lot first.
Yeah, we're gonna do fees first, so we can conclude on fees, because that's the only other. No, we're still waiting on fire marshal. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, if you could, once you're ready, Director Moore, explain the parking fee on the lot.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and Alderwoman Finlayson and O'Neill.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It appears that on FY '21, on the start of the pandemic, the fees for the Larkin lot were increased to $225, but not instituted, just paused because of the pandemic. So when we wrote back to finance back in March, making sure they're to be in line with the GOTS garage, which is $225. So then there was a change request to be put in, but since they were already there, it was just making sure that it was understood and it will take effect the start of this fiscal year in July 1. So yeah, that was voted on 3 years ago, just not instituted until now.
May I ask,
you-
Mr. Moore, we're looking at the hourly rate. I don't think there's a question about the monthly rate, but it's the increase in the hourly rate and the new increases, the 2 hours and 3 hours and beyond.
That'll have to investigate. That probably was all at the same time. That was nothing that we put in for a change, a fee, or a fair change for this fiscal year. Let me investigate what the rate increase was it put in FY '21, and I can get back to you later today through email or coming back to talk to you tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry you were brought down here. for
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. See if there's any other questions we can ask them.
Yes. So, but these items are in red, which would suggest new fees. So,
Yeah, from
it didn't come from the,
Yeah, our budget prep, I don't remember seeing that in there, but like I said, let me investigate to see where it came from, because it might have actually been the last fiscal year and just put in now, but let me say before I continue to guess on when it came or why it came. But definitely the monthly rate, that's the reason being, but the hourly rate going up, we'll revisit that and we can get back to you
thank you.
today.
Question about church use.
You want to ask the question? Go right ahead.
You had a question on church use. No? Okay.
Mr. Moore, is there exemptions still for Asbury Church, whose parishioners park there on at least Sunday mornings, I guess, and other times too?
Yeah, I believe there was, just like the Presbyterian Church here was using the Hillman Garage on Sundays. But that's another one I'll check into and see what that exemption was and it going forward still is. I'm sure that it is. But
I'm
I
referring to
think-
the Larkin lot, though, with the church, Asbury Church.
Yes,
there.
I'll check into that as well,
Okay.
the Larkin for
Thank you.
Asbury. Yep.
Okay. Ms. Rudy, you don't have any insight into the added line items here, do you? Just,
No, I don't.
okay, just checking. Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll just, it won't take long, since you're responding back to us this afternoon, we'll revisit the fee schedule tomorrow very quickly for our final. Otherwise, it would be a recommendation with some disclaimers. Do you agree
Right.
with that?
Fee schedule?
The
Yes.
fee schedule? I think it'll be easier just to recommend favorably tomorrow without disclaimers.
So this came through SP Plus. John Kemp asked for these increases to the Larkin lot to make it, let's see if I can read his request. the up to 1 hour, $3, up to 2 hours, $6, et cetera.
Yeah, those, yeah.
John Kemp asked for this because it'll make it in line with GOTS. And then I think what he was saying about the monthly fee was that that had been asked for 3 years prior, but never initiated because of COVID. And now we're trying to bring them all in line to make them
Yeah.
equal to the GOTS rates.
Well, let me ask, is it appropriate for the vendor?
So
To
it
go
came,
to-
it came from SP Plus through transportation to us. So it's not that it didn't go through us, it's just maybe one of the, when they're developing their budget, it wasn't in their budget plan, but it did come through transportation.
Mr. Moore is transportation as the director, but
I
he's
know.
not aware of it.
Well, he was just saying he didn't recall that being part of their annual budget request, but it came from another source, so that may be one reason why it was outside the normal request process.
And then the code says the city manager ultimately reviews them. Is that the case on lots and garages? I know, okay.
I do, but I can't tell you I recall all the justification.
No, I just wanted, we're just unclear on the process.
Right,
That's
no,
all,
we
with
go
SP Plus and
through,
all.
we meet with all the directors, I meet with finance, then the mayor's office, and then we submit. So we do, but I can't recall all the justification. I do recall what Jody is saying, but I don't know the detail beyond what she said.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for coming.
We have a question on fines.
We have a very important question on fines. It appears that the reoccurring offense is equal if the fine stays the same. Sometimes the logic is when you have reoccurring, you increase it as a, so it takes notice. We're looking at, for example, give me an example. Any violation, parking on a red curb, whatever, if they do it again, the fee's
Anything on page
fine.
4.
Fine, yeah, anything on page 4 on fines. Yeah, we're talking fine schedule now.
Mulch, fire, Marshall.
I think that's the other pile that's sitting on the edge of your desk.
I think these are getting to it. Yep, here it is, 2, 4, here it is. Okay. So your question about fines as far as the increase if it's not paid in time or the second or third offense is what your questioning is?
The repeat offense.
Repeat offense?
Yes, stays the same as the initial offense. There are some exceptions, like parking places and parking lots. Page 5, it goes from 250 to 500. But others, it does stay the same. Specifically on page 4, you see them all matching. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Moore, I asked the question of why we would not increase the fine for repeat offenders. We're looking to increase the initial fine to $100. Why we wouldn't increase the repeat offenders fine beyond $100?
There's no real logic as to why we're not that I can think of, and it makes sense to do that for someone continuing, because I think sometimes when people come to visit our city, they park wherever they want, they'll just factor that into a travel expense, whatever that is, 100 or up to 300, depending on their resources. And to get that tag again, yes, I think that makes a whole lot of sense, that they can't come in and just park wherever they want and just pay that $100 parking, fee if they think that's what they're doing, but they're breaking the law. So for a second and third offense, to go up 50% or completely double, it makes sense to do something like that. And that's something I think that we really should revisit. I don't think there's a lot of repeat offenders, but that would be definitely a deterrent, and the word would get out for someone that's done it. And telling folks it doesn't make sense,
So what would you recommend as a fine for repeat offenders?
I'm sorry, the question, what would I recommend?
What would you recommend as the fine for the repeat?
I would definitely say, you're adding on, maybe 50% more to it. I mean, that's something we can actually discuss with finance and just get some, with our contractors, that can give us some baseline data of what they've done in other cities to make sure that we're in line, that we're not, going, way above board. But I think that makes sense to, poll them and get a recommendation from them to do something like that. But it does make sense to increase it for those kind of violations that are repeat offenders.
So at the least, it would be $150. I would say $200.
Yeah, it's somewhere in between there. I think that's a good start of, at least $50 to double it, yes. So that's
Thank
some
you.
research we can do to find out, but it makes sense.
And we were starting to talk initially about specifically the 1220-085, the places where stopping is prohibited. But in looking at the schedule, there's many occurrences where it's the same first and subsequent. Would it be your recommendation that we alter the subsequent on all of those violations?
I think so. And what's happened since April 17th with Bladen Street closing for several months, 8 or 9 months, West Street outbound has been a main artery, and people are parked there to run into Dunkin' Donuts to get their coffee. It's always just 5 minutes. But if somebody's been there long enough to be a tow, it's been more than 15, 20 minutes. Those kind of things, because those, stopping and standing fines are probably at the lower end, almost like an expired meter. I think the word needs to get out, because, we can basically shut down the city with people taking those calculated risks. And especially with the garage opening up, we think, oh, we got more places to park, but more people coming in to try to get out. And I think, West Street is a prime example, inner West Street, to do that kind of stuff. And we've talked to folks within Public Works when we're putting up the signage for this event that's going to go on for, 8 or 9 months. It should be an increased fine for repeat offenders. Totally agree. So that's something we can definitely take a look at rather quickly and make a recommendation to present for your review.
I would suggest that we entertain a motion for 12.20 line items, that we recommend an increase in the recurring offense by 50%. Now, we can do that either as a recommendation, but I'm proposing a recommendation because it might be a little finite for an amendment, too soon for an amendment. So that's a motion. To increase the recurring offense on 12.20s, which involve parking,
I got
by
it.
50%.
I would not second that motion. I would prefer that the maker of the amendment address it in the original amendment.
Okay.
So you don't support it as a recommendation?
We have an amendment that's been presented to us by Alderwoman
Oh,
O'Neill.
specific to that, yeah.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
We're
And
talking about
so-
two things at one time.
Yeah,
We're talking specifically about 1220-085,
yeah.
but also addressing the other.
Yeah, it could address both at once.
Well, I would prefer to deal with the amendment that's on
Okay, let's
the
finish.
table right now.
Yeah,
And Alderwoman O'Neill, it's up to you to decide whether you would accept the 150 or something different in your amendment that we can support.
yeah.
I would support, for subsequent violations, a charge of a fine of $150.
Okay,
Yes.
then I'll second that if that's
For
a
that
motion.
line item.
For
Yeah,
that line.
yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Looks like we have an amendment.
And I would like to make a motion that the Transportation Department review the current parking fines schedule and make a recommendation on subsequent violations as to whether other line items need to be changed.
So are you talking about for this budget cycle right now? Well, I think that needs to be done. I'm not sure how fair, and I probably shouldn't use that term, but to ask them to do that in the short time, because there is going to be some analysis that's going to have to be done, reaching out to our vendors. So I would like to see in a recommendation that we revisit all of the fines, and that especially those that are for repeat offenses. And that gives us a little more time to go through and adequately analyze and make recommendations.
We can definitely start the process now. And if we are successful in getting the information that you need, they may already have it rather quickly. We can move forward, but thank you for the a little extra time just in case it doesn't happen as quickly as we'd like it to.
Yeah. May I, it appears just a suggestion, if you look at just the 12.20 line items, that might not be as, difficult as get the others, so maybe we can, when you look at it, we're not asking you to look at everything, but, so we'll wait for your recommendations before we make our recommendation. So on fine, since we have everything addressed.
Madam Chair, could you clarify, we're waiting for all of his recommendations before we agree to the fines?
Well, that's why I was trying to get a recommendation so that we're giving a favorable on the schedule with the recommendation. I mean, I'll accept a motion on either way you want to do it so that we move forward.
Yeah, you want to keep in mind that you're supposed to be finishing this process in the next couple of days, and
Right.
I'm not sure that
Yeah, that's-
Mr. Moore is aware of,
Right, so
of what
that's
your
why
time schedule
yeah.
is, so.
I think we did a favorable on a recommendation, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure what we're talking about when we're talking about recommendations. I think in our committee recommendations,
Yeah.
we can say that we've asked the Director of Transportation to revisit our fines as it relates to parking or anything else in his department as far as the repeat offenders are concerned. That's not it doesn't have to be finished in order for us to put it in this budget. We can always amend that later, but I want to give him time to adequately do it. So I don't want to rush
Right.
to get this done tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just,
So that's what, I'm reiterating what I said, that we put it in our list of recommendations, that we need to revisit, separate and apart from Alderwoman O'Neill's, that we revisit parking infractions, especially as it relates to repeat offenders.
okay. Understanding that as a recommendation, do I have a motion on the fine schedule in the mayor's budget?
Where's the fire marshals?
That's fees.
Okay,
Also, the fees,
Yeah.
the fees and fines are separate.
Right, so we can do fines right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
What fees comes, are you postponing fees
No,
until
no, no,
tomorrow?
No, we're waiting for him
Waiting
to
for
come back.
him. We're trying to finalize fines, so I'm accepting a motion.
And then we'll come to fees. We're doing fine.
You didn't say, okay, so now let's go to.
Oh, they're two separate pieces of legislation?
Yeah, two different
Okay,
pieces of legislation.
okay.
So let's close out fees first, and then we talked about fees and fines together. but I
Yeah,
still
we
have
can't
to-
do them out of order is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you gotta make a motion for both of them. You have to vote on both of them.
So I
So then you
can,
postpone, or
we're prepared to make a motion on fines, okay, which is 2223.
fees and first. So
Well, that's okay. Just go to fines, because we're finished with fines. So I will make a motion that we give a favorable recommendation to the fee schedule with an amendment.
I'll second.
I'm confused. The fee or the fine schedule? Because we have.
Oh, sorry, fees, fines.
I think you meant the
Fines is what I'm talking
And
about. What did I
that's
say?
R
fees?
dash,
no,
Caitlin, that's R dash 22-23, so we can move on that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, done. We're going back to R 21-23, which is the fee schedule, and thank you for being here. We have some revisions. Let's just catch up on Title 17.
1720.
Yes, Sarah.
Your microphone, though.
Yes, sir. If you could
Turn your mic on,
turn your
please.
mic on and introduce yourself, and hi.
Okay. My name is John Mioch. I'm a battalion chief for the Annapolis Fire Department.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're talking about 1720.100, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. What questions, do you want me to just run down them, or?
Yes, that'd be
Okay.
great.
So
Very great.
the things that we've highlighted, cancellation inspection, so failure to notify the department of a inspection cancellation within 24 hours of the scheduled inspection, a $50 charge. We just want to make sure it's, what we're doing is we have so many time slots to fill. And if people call us like 10 minutes before the schedule, it's kind of like your doctor's office or anything else. You know, we're trying to be fair and equitable to all of our contractors and our customers. So if we are trying to schedule things days and weeks in advance sometimes, we would like to know, so that way we can reschedule somebody else. If we have something in the morning that's canceled like right away, it's hard to reschedule, where if it's canceled 24 hours in advance and somebody has something else that they would like inspected, we would like to get on that right away. So that's why we've asked for that. So resubmittal fee after the second submittal, the $75 fee plus additional review fees, is we've given them basically two free submittals, and we've had recurring problems with not getting the information that we need to process these permits and plans. So once again, all these fees, we are hoping that we're just asking for compliance. We would rather not have to use them, that fee there. So a resubmittal fee when revised design documents are required by the inspector, it's $50 fee plus additional review fees. Once again, we've gone down the path where they've resubmitted and resubmitted. We need to have a mechanism in place, once again, for compliance. If we are asking you for something, we want to be able to process these plans in a timely manner, and it takes away from our personnel doing other jobs. So that's why we were asking for that. Use and occupancy inspection and the fire safety inspections are piggyback on what other departments have. That's why we're asking that. The temporary structure permit review fees are remaining the same. The inspection fees, after allocated inspection per permit, the $125 fee is, we give them 2 inspections automatically with your permit. So we've been having problems with contractors trying to piecemeal their inspection plan through. So, you know, they'll have you just look at this portion of it, but not this portion of it yet. We want that all done in one inspection, if that makes sense to you. So, or if they're having problems with the system that they are putting in. Once again, these are things, that fee we hope not to use. It is a compliance type fee. So they know they already they get two inspections with a permit. After the third one, this is where this one will kick in. So the permit fee, extension fee after 1 year, but not to exceed 2 years. So when you open up your permit, it is you have 1 year to use that permit, if that makes sense. After that 1 year, the permit's supposed to expire, but we are giving them the opportunity to do 3 months extensions. But once again, with those 3 months extensions, there's a cost and a compliance that we're trying to go for, and that's why we are asking for that $75 fee. So most of these are just compliance issues. We don't want to use them, but they are in place in case we are not getting either the information that we want, or the sprinklers or the fire alarm systems are not passing the inspection, which requires multiple trips from our personnel. So it is a way for us to help ensure that other clients, customers, however you want to put it, it's fair to them that we can go in and get their jobs done also, because we only have so many inspectors. Any questions?
Yes. Yes, question.
Yes, Chief, the last item, what happens after 3 months?
They have to come in and get another extension.
So it's another $75
Yes.
extension, but 3-month
Increments.
increments?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming down.
Oh,
so
you're welcome.
quickly.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Thank you very much for coming down. The temporary structure permit fee, you said it stays the same.
Yeah.
But according to this chart, it's a new fee.
I believe that was like for 10 permits and things of that nature, so I'd have to go back and check, but I think I'd have to go back and check on that,
Okay.
just to clarify. And I can go back, I can have that answer probably within an hour or so for you,
Okay.
okay?
But
Thank
the
you.
amount's the same.
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't want a new fee on top of what was already paid for temporary structure
Right.
permit. Because I believe that the permit fee that somebody pays covers the inspection fee. So if this is added on top of that
Right.
as a new fee, or if it's supposed to just be,
It's a temporary structure, it should be just a single fee,
okay.
okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I'll have that information for you probably within an hour.
For clarification, it appears then that these fees didn't exist before from the.
So this, yeah, some of these fees did not exist before. We're just trying to clarify the way, we did things,
Yeah.
do things in the office, like the use and occupancy inspection, the fire safety inspection. We are piggybacking off of what planning and zoning does.
Yeah, right.
So to add those. And all the other, the 3-month extension fee, and we're just using the language to clarify it also.
Yeah. Did you want to introduce your fire
This is,
protection engineer?
That's Chuck Ruth. He is our fire protection engineer,
Yeah,
and he helped
yeah.
with these fees.
Yeah, I thought it was a reflection of having that addition and the focus on your inspections have
Yes.
increased, so thank you
It
very
is,
much.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Right. So, so our 21-23 fee schedule, we just have that one item on making sure that fee is not compounded.
Correct. I'm prepared to move with a favorable recommendation, though.
I'll second it.
All in favor of a favorable recommendation of the fee schedule signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. All right, thank you again. Okay, so next our final piece of legislation is position classification and pay plan, R23-23, which I have to say kind of confuses me because isn't this in the process of being revised? So is this what the consultant is looking at? Yeah.
Every year,
Yeah.
as we introduce the budget,
Yep.
we have this resolution, and what it does is anything related to the pay plan has to be put in here.
Yep.
So, one, the pay scales are a part of this resolution, the new pay scales. You know, we give a cost of living increase, all the pay scales go up by that cost of living increase, so those scales are in here. Any changes to titles, any changes to grades. So this is what is, as of the mayor's introduced budget, this is the complementary pay plan changes. And as a result of the study, when other things change, we would come back to you with, here's new titles, here's new grades, that process as well. So that comes back through. So this is as of our introduction, this is what, there's not a lot in there this year because there's not a lot of new titles or.
So it reflects the workforce impacts that are in the mayor's budget.
Yes, exactly.
Such as the
And
COLA
anything that
the-
changes from here to the June meeting where you approve the budget, that this would have to be amended as well. If it impacts the pay plan.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
For clarity, are new positions that are in the mayor's budget in this document?
So of all the new positions, I don't believe there's a new title. And this lists the titles that exist. So if we didn't create a new title, but it was an existing title, you're not going to see any noted change here. It just lists the positions that we have. So if we added somebody and it's under the same title, like a planner, and we have a planner on that list, we're not going to put it in there again.
So the assistant ombudsman, the assistant to the city manager, the assistant wherever, are they new positions? We did not have them prior to. So
Okay,
are they
so the
listed?
assistant ombudsman is a contract employee, so we do not need to have it. I believe those are a list of civil service titles.
These are all civil service titles?
Yeah, I'm gonna go, I'm looking at it right now to see, to confirm that the position in the city manager's office is an exempt position. It's in the exempt service, so it would not be in there. No, it would not be in there. Let's see. And it may be that it's already defined. Let me see.
And in the Office of Community Service,
Give me a minute to read the wording here.
I'm sorry?
Resolved. Position classifications and placement. I'm just reading the wording to see if I'm correct. Legal. So, I'm just trying to determine if this includes both civil service and exempt positions. And it doesn't really clarify on here, but all of the positions, even the one in the mayor's office in the exempt, we would probably classify it as an administrative office associate or something along those lines, a title that we already have. Where are the,
So the assistant finance director is not an exempt position. It's a grade 18. Actually, it's the only,
so she's looking at this.
assistant public works, bureau chief, public works, 2 18s. Harbor master.
I'm doing something to check my theory here. All right, so the finance director is not on there, right? Because
Assistant, I said assistant. The
I know,
assistant
I'm
is-
just saying that my theory was these are civil service only. Finance director's not on there, I'm in the exempt service. So the new position within the city manager's office wouldn't be in here because it's not civil service. And then what was your other question? Like, if I had a position in my office, the senior accountant, the one that I've added and taken a turnover allowance for, that's a senior accountant, it's already in here.
Okay, I just started looking for 18s. Because I saw one in the finance department.
That's my assistant finance director.
Right. And then I'm looking at 2 in public works. And I really thought they were our deputy position. But I guess it depends on the department.
Chief of current planning is in there at an 18, assistant director of public works, chief of engineering, harbor master is an 18.
Procurement officers in 18.
Procurement officers in 18.
So just for information, your assistant finance director is the number 2 person in your department? And there's only one number 2 person?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go over to public works, and there are at least 2 number 2 people.
Where do you see that? What page? I wish it had pages.
Well, it's the second page.
Oh, I
believe,
gotcha.
of the list. I just,
And what is, okay. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I am interrupting. How come you don't highlight changes in this? Or it's just
There's no changes. It's
from-
just reiterating what we already have. I need to ask, where's she give you a pay scale with this? As an attachment of some kind?
Everything that she provided me is attached.
Okay, I'm going to, annual position classifications and pay plan. All
So
right, I'm
should it be
gonna,
attached to this?
I'm gonna look at last year's. Cynthia, can you look at last year's and see if it's in an attachment? I can try to do.
Yeah, I'm looking at changes from fiscal year '23. Wouldn't the, let me look at my list. Contractual, conversions. So the logic here is if you have like we have 4 conversions in police to civil service. So you have the category here, so there's no need to identify it. That's really how this works.
So you would only note changes. If there were changes or additions, you'd put them in here the way you do changes and additions. There's no changes here. We're just reiterating the list.
Okay, that's really
I'm just now trying to check on whether or not this pay scale was supposed to be one of the attachments, so.
Oh yeah, it does say pay scale. We just have the classifications. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Did you get your question answered?
I'm finished.
They're both under the same piece of legislation, so we can't really move on one without the other. Is this something that you're gonna get?
I'll be with you in just a second, see if it's missing, and we would have to bring it as an amendment to what we have here. If the pay scale
Yeah,
is supposed to be an attachment, we would
Yeah.
have to bring you an amended, ordinance. Is it an ordinance?
It is attached. It's FY 2024 City of Annapolis pay scale.
Yeah, so it's not in my binder, though.
oh, okay, hold
It's
on.
not in my binder. Is it in your binder?
Yeah, it's on Granicus. It's on-
Okay,
Yeah,
it's just not in my binder.
it's on Granicus. Do you see it on Granicus, the pay?
Yeah, it's not in my binder.
How do you find it in Granicus? What's it attached to?
It's under the legislation,
R20.
R-23-23 fiscal year 2024 position classification and pay plan. So there's first reader, the pay scale, and then the classification.
What was the date of the first reader? Are you looking at legislation or are you looking at the finance
The
committee?
agenda.
Yeah, you can
the
look at our agenda.
Our agenda,
The attachment?
yeah. It's
I'm
attached.
looking at the agenda. So which item is it under?
That doesn't look like today's
R2323.
agenda.
Today is the 3rd, correct?
23rd. There you go.
Okay, so here it is. Thank you. Sorry for taking up time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in your binders or not, and we'll have to supply you with that to make sure that the binder is complete as well.
Okay, so these pay scales, are we to assume that they are they adjusted for the 2.5% COLA?
Yes.
Yes,
That's what it said last-
each, if you were to test it and take
Say that. Okay, yeah, I'm missing.
take the
something. Oh,
same
there
one
it
from
is.
last year
Yeah, got
and
it.
calculate the difference, it will have changed by 2.5%.
Okay, all right. And the low range and the high range, okay.
Every cell in the table will have changed by 2.5%.
Okay. And then for clarity, by favorable on this, we're just looking at what's in front of us. We're not doing a favorable on the, I don't know what to call it, that bucket of, that hold or that allowance that you have on what the reclassification study is gonna, that will come before us later.
Yes, and
Okay.
if that study
Yeah.
has a new
This is
title
important, yeah.
or would reclass something to another grade,
Yeah.
that would come to you to update this schedule. Because we do during the year, we occasionally
Yeah.
have a position title added or changed or an upgrade
Yeah.
occasionally during the year. And we bring to you these changes to
Okay.
update the pay plan and any other parts of the code that need to be updated.
Okay. Any further questions? Alderman Finlayson?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'll accept a motion for a favorable recommendation on both the pay scale and the classification.
I'll make a motion to give a favorable recommendation on R 2323 pay scale, job and classification.
I'll second that, and it's 023, correct?
No, it's a resolution.
R.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, okay. Okay, so now we're in our general discussion, and we're going to start deliberations on where we left off yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about housekeeping here, or schedule. What is your limit of time today?
1:30.
1:30 again? Okay, so we have to get cram in here. Do you want to take a quick break now? And that's it? And then just keep like what do you need, a 5-10 minute?
Could we take a 10-minute?
Yeah, I want to talk to my friend here. Okay. All right, yeah, let's take, I have to do that. 10-minute recess. Are you okay? That was for me, just for.
Turn your mic off.
We're good, right?
So what's the next one on our?
Okay, we're back from recess, and we're going to continue with departmental deliberations on departments. We left off yesterday at,
Transportation is our next one, is that correct?
let me just, sorry. Yeah, and but I did the funds below, like you asked, but let's go to transportation. Was that yours? I mean, for your
Yes.
first pass at it?
Yes, so
Okay.
I'm going to,
For consistency, we're gonna,
their
oh,
enhancements are.
It's not here, though. Did you drop all your information in?
Kaylin, what would be great is if you could print out what Katie sent us yesterday, which was a list of enhancements. Did she send that to you as well?
Yes, it's in the drive. I put it in the drive.
I know, but do you have time or have something printed out? So, because we've got a lot of windows open, it'd be nice to just have that list in front of us. Okay, thank you so much. Do you agree?
Carla, are you adding all of the information?
I added all the information, but I just
What?
took from the bottom of that page to the top under our transportation onto page 8, just the enhancements.
Funding for a part-time transit supervisor in the COLA?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
And-
seeing anything else, though.
Because those are the 2 enhancements.
I know, but aren't we putting all of the information in, the achievements and the?
Yeah, and that's at the bottom.
Okay, so that's another category.
No, it's under transportation on page,
You have it, Caitlin?
Oh,
You have it?
you have to move it over? Is that, oh, I see.
it's on page
Okay, I see it. So we don't need it up above, do we?
19. Only the enhancements is what I'm moving up above, and then the other document will,
It'd be in the back, or whatever we're calling it, right? So yours.
yeah, so we had 2,
Okay.
Katie sent us this yesterday.
we have 2 documents working right now. The one that I'm working on is copy 2 of the financial committee report. And in that one, we're starting at the top, we are only listing enhancements.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure which document, because I'm in the document that
Copy
has
2.
all of the details.
Well, let's walk through a department that we did. Is that a best way of doing this so that we're consistent?
Yes, so
Are we in copy 2 of finance committee report?
we're in copy 2.
Yes.
Yesterday, we did fire department, Rexon Park, mayor's office, Office of Emergency Management, and then we're starting today on transportation.
So let's just agree that we're okay with the format that we're presenting in the report.
We're not talking, well, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't want.
No, go ahead.
Yesterday, we decided that we were only going to list the enhancements in this report. And that there would be a page, a document 2 that's left untitled at the moment that's going to have all of those details that we had in place. Right now, those are parked at the bottom of this document. So this document's going to be like 12 to 15 pages versus 38 pages.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm
Does that make sense?
asking so that there is some consistency. I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
Perfect example.
Looking at the fire department, it was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 2 enhancements, then recreation and parks, 2 enhancements. The mayor's office, 3 enhancements. OEM is different. So what are their enhancements? And then transportation comes next, correct?
Correct.
I see OEM's enhancements.
We do need to revisit OEM because when I was looking through information last night, OEM had actually asked for an enhancement that is not in the budget. I know we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the 147 that has been requested in grant funds, but there is a position
I thought I remember seeing that yesterday. Did we get an email?
We did not talk about it yesterday.
No, but did we get an email with,
Yes, so that enhancement is 78015 for an emergency planner. And then Ms. Connolly created
Yeah.
a document that has enhancements that were awarded for us to also,
so is this the document this is a document I got with the request for the additional position?
correct.
So do you have that that should be in the long document, I guess. But this also justifies the salary.
I don't have that because it was added last night after our deliberations. I'm happy to add that document.
This was, but he handed this out during his presentation, right?
It was, yep, it was 4 pages like this, stapled together.
And then he went through and said which ones were in the budget and which ones were not.
Correct.
We clarified the substance abuse situation. So what I'm hearing is we need to talk about he's asking for another emergency planner.
Correct.
I'm sending you that document, so you have it, so it can be inserted.
You're sending it to me?
Yeah, I did already.
Okay, thank you.
How did it come to you, Sheila?
I asked for it. I asked yesterday during our meeting, what was the salary of the position? And this is what I got.
So let me ask, I understand this isn't in the mayor's budget, and it was submitted to you. Do you want to respond to?
No, I was just going to say, depending on what the job is, if it's something new that we're creating, it's also going to have to be reviewed for an appropriate grade. What you would have in front of you would be their perspective on what the salary is, and we would want to check that and make sure it's calculated correctly. But if it comes in the form of Finance Committee amendment, we would ask that we have a part in determining the dollar amount that if you're adding something like that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they don't calculate, the departments don't calculate benefits and whatever else is in there correctly. And whether or not where we would normally, if they have a new position and they're trying to target a certain salary or what they're putting in there for salary, we want to make sure that lines up with how we do other positions. So that's what I'm just saying, that you would give us what you have there for an amount, but that Katie and I will review that for calculations to make sure that they would align with what we would do with other positions. That's all.
Were you in receipt of this enhancement request?
If it was an enhancement request that came with the department's budget and we did not include it, then yes, we would have it in our materials. So assuming that that's in our possession, we would have it. I just don't know about the dollar amount, and we wouldn't be recalculating the dollar amount of enhancement that we didn't put in the budget. So that's why I'm saying we may not have looked that closely at that one.
So
This particular one, at the bottom of it says provide details below on how you calculated the amount shown above. It's typed in here. The position would be grade 12, step 1, with a salary of $60,000 under FY23 pay scale. The addition of benefits at 30% would add 18.
I
for a
just
total of
forwarded
70.
that document to you. I'm
I'm just
sure
saying
you have
that
it.
as we do any amendments that you send us, we draft the actual language in the amendment. So at that time, we will be calculating the dollar amount or confirming what you have there.
Okay.
So,
yeah, if I may, we're not at that point yet.
yes,
so
I know. As I was getting ready to speak, I realized we'll have an opportunity to see it later. So then I was comforted that we'd be checking them out later, so. It's the grant one that you're talking about, OEM?
It's not a grant one.
The planner? What?
That's what it is.
Emergency planner, okay.
I don't think it's a new position, it's a second planner.
It's an addition of, yeah, okay, so that maybe that this title is already defined somewhere else, but I guess we'll have, we haven't even studied what was here, so. We'll do that in conjunction if you're gonna ask us to draft an amendment for it.
So Karma, you do have, Alderwoman O'Neill, you do have the same document already, you're reading from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a printed copy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he handed them out.
That's what I just sent you, I didn't realize you.
Oh, yeah.
So,
But I appreciate the sending because now I can copy and paste. Although something's weird going on and it's not all showing up.
So did the director give this to us during his presentation? Is that where you?
He did.
yes, he did.
Okay.
I was going to ask the city manager if, number one, if he received this, and number two, the mayor's response to it, and why it not in the mayor's budget.
One, we received it. Two, it was not added into the budget because of other priorities. The mayor was informed of all the enhancements. Really nothing more than that. We felt that the office is sufficiently sized for emergency preparedness. If it's the will of the council to expand it into other services, then that's a different story. I've often wondered since I've come back whether we should combine the special events coordinator and community services with them some way, because they seem to be overlapping the services and what OEM has kind of evolved into. So with that being said, we just didn't think with OEM, with those services alone, that we thought it was currently staffed sufficiently. I do know, and I'm not sure whether this position is that one, because I'm reading the description, that it was explained to us that it may be used for grants purposes, I think it was. And what we had done is fund the position in finance, which is a different types of grants position. And we thought that would be enough for now, till we figured out what we were going to do going forward with grants. The one in finance is more of an accountant position. The one I think OEM was looking for was to add to our ninja troop. But we weren't exactly sure where we wanted to have the grants person reside of that ilk, whether it's a contractor, whether it goes into planning and zoning, because theirs is pretty specific. And again, it gets back to the will of the council. If your goal is to expand the mission of OEM into events and community services, then it may be appropriate.
May I just ask if you feel like in the mayor's budget we've addressed the pursuit of grants, including FEMA grants, without having any concern?
I think we're seeing the question come up a lot through OEM, police, and finance, and it's a difficult question to answer. Traditionally, this city had what I would call a central services division. We don't have that anymore. And we used to have these kinds of services, put there for the reason that it was meant to focus in on just that. Grants for the city at large. I think OEM does an outstanding job with the OEM work they do and with the staff they have now for OEM. Again, I think the question to the council, and we weren't quite willing to go to that point now, is whether you want to expand that mission. And I think that's a bigger question, seriously, because a lot of what they're doing now involves events. And we have a special events coordinator, and a lot of what they're doing now kind of touches on social services. And we have that office too. And particularly the latter office is kind of new to me. I think it's worth looking at to see where we go forward. Maybe they all combine. I don't know. But right now, we felt pretty comfortable with where it was.
Thank you. Discussion?
Well,
I have a question. So in the hiring the consultant to look at the comp and position, will they also be looking at evaluating departments and people in departments, the positions and how they're, and I ask because when I read this, the emergency planner, and it talks about the current planner really not being able to fulfill some of the bigger grant funding applications and things like that. It seems like in some cases that we have other people in other departments. Again, you're talking about kind of melding and meshing and things like that. And it would seem prudent on our part to take a look at that as they're studying the comp and position plan. Does that make sense? Is that part of the scope of their?
I haven't been introducing myself, so again, Michael Malinoff, City Manager, sorry. I'm meeting at 1, actually, with the consultant, so I can pose that question. I think the answer to it, and I know you had asked me earlier about, do they look at the individual and say if they work a 24/7 on-call kind of situation. Mm-hmm. And that one I would say yes to. In terms of deep diving through the departments and seeing if they are, if I'm hearing your question correctly, titled appropriately for what they're actually doing, I'm not sure. And I'll ask them at 1. Tricia's coming here to meet with them, so I can ask. I think the study and the totality of it is to get into the class and compensation. So I would say that we'd have to look at that to a degree, because you'd have to make an analysis. Yeah, that person's titled as a whatever grade 16, but is that really what they're doing? Like the grants work versus a planner. Mm-hmm. And then we could look and see how it fits. But beyond that, just to reiterate, we also need to gain insight and information on the defined contribution plans and benefits structures as well, because you all have been asking us for that too. So I'm being a little less than definitive on your answer, because I'll know more after I meet, and I can tell you tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it as we've been talking about different departments and different needs of different departments, I think, speaking for myself, I'm finding that in some cases there's overlap that I don't think that we utilize to our best advantage. Being a business owner myself, very small business, nothing compared to the city employee scope, I often take a look at those things and where I can utilize a person in more than one spot because of their skills. So
I would agree with you. And the observation, some of which is because of coming back after being away for a period of time, there have been new offices and responsibilities, and some with great merit, like community services. But the questions I've had is when you have other divisions kind of working and whether it makes sense to look at it a little bit differently. Mm-hmm. And I've raised it with the individuals and the department directors too. Sometimes I like to float the idea and you get a reaction or an idea back, but I think it's a good question and I'll ask them. In this case, I think it's really a larger question on where you think that department should go. Again, outstanding work for emergency preparedness. I have seen it since it was started, and the work that's been done and what they put together is really second to none. It's the other areas that they're getting into, which is a bigger question. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a question, that the director's been very willing to delve into, but the city's actually created other potential divisions or individuals who are doing some of the same. And are we maximizing everything? I don't know. I mean, again, you have a special events coordinator, an individual, then you have a whole department that's doing a lot of planning associated with that, but they're separate. They talk, for sure, and work closely together, but, you know, does it work better if they were combined? Maybe. I haven't gone there yet, but I've certainly thought about it.
An interesting future discussion.
Yes, and I think worthy. And you have OCS, and now with the new assistant city manager, who was hired in part because of that skill set to try to bring in a different perspective. We're creating something with people that have the basic skills, but not the bigger picture skills and experience. Now we have that, and we can see how that works and where we should go. And we'll be able to give you all advice on this very question.
Thank you. Sorry to go off the
No, it was a
It's
great
okay.
question. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Mr. Melanoff, I am very concerned. Well, first of all, are we going to have an opportunity to meet the company that's doing the Compton class study?
Yes, you will. Excuse me, Michael Malinoff, city manager. Councilwoman Finlayson, absolutely. I haven't met them, and this is like the initial meeting so that we can get the ball rolling, which we said we wanted to do for you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them. My concern is that upper management has one, I don't want to say agenda, has one vision. And sometimes it's not our same vision as the elected representatives of the residents of Annapolis. OEM was a department I fought for years. And you chose the first director, who is still the current director. And it took a long time to convince my colleagues that this department was vital. The director came in and we gave him a shell of a room that he completely outfitted. And more importantly, he brought in every department leader and helped to mold them so that they understood their responsibility in emergency preparedness for the city. Over the years, we see now how vital that is, whether it's a tornado, a hurricane, an earthquake, snowmageddon, whether it's protest around the State House, whether it's bomb threats or bags being left on Church Circle. I mean, the list goes on and on. The Office of Emergency Management deals with all of those things and a litany more. I'm glad to hear you're looking at how we can optimize our positions. So there isn't a duplication. At the same time, I believe and I sponsored the legislation to create the Office of Community Services, because that provides a different kind of service than emergency management does. Just like the special events coordinator. I mean, she does a lot of good stuff, necessary stuff. His stuff takes a different perspective. You know, he's meeting now with the Juneteenth folks. He's probably meeting with the 4th of July folks to make sure that every aspect of their planning is in place. And that goes far beyond what the special events coordinator does. For years, this office has functioned on less than $100,000 a year as a budget, and not counting the director, who we just promoted to director, 2 years ago. But most of his positions have been grant funded. So we haven't even had to pay for this department for the most part. And maybe if we've had, it's 50% of what they cost as far as salaries and benefits. As the needs grow, even though there's only 5 people in it, and they've been managing it extremely well, doesn't mean that they don't need more help. And I think that's what the director has asked for. In the past, his ask had always been trying to get his employees into civil service as opposed to contract or grant funded, so that they will stay here because he trains them up well, and then they get hired to bigger and better agencies, to our loss. So we need to figure out how to give the support needed and be able to keep the employees after we train them up. So, you know, I hope that that's part of the thinking. You know, I want us to really look at the positions that are being requested by the department heads. Because as I've said a number of times, a dozen times this morning, the department heads are the professionals. So if they tell us, I'm going to believe them until they're proven wrong. Okay, so, you know, I want us to seriously consider this request, bottom line.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. Just to let you know, there was a position in the department that was a grants, I forget what it was called, but it was recently vacated. And I spoke to the director in the context of that very issue, which is, do you think you need to have that reclassified so that we can hire someone in who's a higher skill? And he deferred or demurred on that request, wanting to get somebody in. So we have had a more holistic conversation about it. I'm not going to dispute anything you said about where that office was and is. Undisputed. We just had a different set of priorities, and that's why we presented the budget.
So it doesn't diminish the value of the department, it's
No,
priorities.
no, not at all. I mean, again, OEM, I've seen it from when the hole was dug in the ground, when Governor Ehrlich gave us the grant. My only contribution, as I've said to you all before, was to ask the question, why is there not a bathroom in this space that we're going to be meeting on? And you know, it's ADA non-compliant too, as a result. So that was added so I'm good for something. But I remember when Kevin was hired and where it was and where it is. And so on the OEM part, yes, it's second to none.
And like I said, you chose from day one.
Right.
Okay, just quickly, if you haven't figured out by now, I'm a process person, but what I'm desperately looking at is, we measure performance measures, and it's hard to measure his department, you know, specifically, you know, on unanticipated events. You know, how do you anticipate a terrorist event? How do you plan for that? So so all I can look at has he been able to manage his performance measures and he has said that. And so what we're looking for, or what I think this position is looking for, it's a definite statement that we want the department to grow. And again, being more process-oriented, I think this is something that goes back to the strategic plan, and that decision be made, you know, by the full council. And then in that respect, this would be a no-brainer. I'm just struggling with trying to find where he hasn't met his performance measure because of not having this position. And if you can help me with that, that would be great. But I haven't seen that. Or have you seen that, where he hasn't been able to?
Well, what I do know, and I think we should be judging them on how they respond, responsiveness to all of the tragedies or all of the emergencies that befall us. But they work 24/7. You know, somebody's always on call. We get it every week. So no matter who they are, whether they're the low man on the totem pole or the chief, they all work 24/7. And we know that. They send us a list and let us know who's on call over the weekend. So they have to work that way because they are limited in staff. I guess if they had additional staff, then maybe they wouldn't have to work 24/7.
Okay, so where are we? We are just, we're deciding whether or not we're going to add the
We walked back up to OEM to add in the two pieces that were not included in the budget, and we just have to make a comment on them.
two pieces. What were the
There
two?
was another one.
The
that we discussed
147?
before.
Oh, no, we did the 147,
Okay.
right? So
We did.
it's-
So-
Okay.
So it's just this one, right? What am I missing? Let me look at this.
Well, we discussed it at length
Yesterday?
yesterday.
Okay. So where are we, well, I'm going to ask it this way. Where are we now with
So-
enhancements? Because I have 5 windows open, but.
So we have two enhancements that are not included in OEM's budget.
Okay.
We discussed yesterday the 147.
Yep.
And then the emergency planner of 78. We either need to make a recommendation or just leave it parked there and come back to it.
I would make a motion that we make the recommendation to fund the emergency planner.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Nay. But majority, so list it.
So I'll say that the Finance Committee recommends funding this position.
Yeah, majority. We don't have to be unanimous, right? I don't think we have.
Well, this would be one of our recommendations along with the other
Correct.
substance abuse.
Yeah.
Correct.
I see that you've added the upgrade to the deputy.
That's what I was alluding to, is that we had discussed, and we're not doing anything with that at the moment. Is that correct? We're waiting for the comp and
Right.
position plan.
Then I think we should state that in our
Yep.
document
Yeah,
also.
good point. Yeah, say that we're waiting for
And
the,
there is a resolution that's coming today, actually.
we're waiting on the comp study that prioritizes da-da-da-da. Okay. So when you cut and paste the stuff that we had, you know, before, and you put it in the second document, do we have Kaylin kind of clean that up?
We will of it at the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just FYI, just
Yes.
planning ahead, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me get to our window here. You let
So
us
the next
know when you're-
department is transportation.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at 2 enhancements that are in the budget, 44,000 for the transit supervisor and 136,000 for the in driver's minimum hourly rates.
So I've listed on here, there's 4 enhancements that I found. The 44 for the part-time transit supervisor, which is in the budget. The 136,000 for the COLA for part-time bus operators. That's also in the budget. The 49.1 radio system, bus surveillance system, and fare system service. And the 104.809 transit development plan. Those are all enhancements included in the budget.
So we don't need to include them in the report if they're already in the mayor's budget, right?
Well, no, we're
We've included them
identifying
up above in every other
Do we
department.
are we gonna do that for everybody? We're gonna identify all of the things that are,
Yeah, that's what we've been doing, is we itemize the enhancements that are in the budget as well as the ones that are not in the budget, but that we recommend. So all under the category of enhancements.
We're good with that?
We're good with that?
I'm good with it.
We don't have any additional recommendation or,
How about the microtransit?
pilot?
Yeah, do we need to address that?
I don't believe we do, because I believe that they're using funding from their current budget.
And they have an RFP out and everything, so it's going, okay.
Next up,
Would it be parking then? Or Are we,
Do you want to add parking to the transportation portion? The
yeah, do
transportation fund and parking
And
fund?
then I think I did the funds in like two sentences.
Okay, I'm gonna, for now, copy and paste this to the top so we can discuss it and remove as needed.
Yeah, we're still trying to we're following the order of presentations, right?
Yes.
So I'm confused. Which one are we on now?
We're going to talk about we're still on transportation, talking about transportation fund and parking fund.
Yeah, April
Okay, you just moved it. I see it now.
April 18th was, yeah. Okay. Jody, are we? Yeah, I sent those to Jody to just make sure.
I responded.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and everything was fine except for,
What I know, speaking for my colleagues, I think that we're very, no, Mike.
It's on.
Jody, she's turning her mic on now.
There's always a concern that within, with the ARPA, with the P3 framework, that transportation fund gets funded. And a big assumption on that, because it hasn't happened yet, is that we estimate the waterfall payment to be $1 million to support the transportation fund. And I wrote that, and I want to galvanize that.
So, yes, so your email had several points, and to the points in transportation, all of those were correct. On the parking fund, I just wanted to elaborate on that comment about the waterfall payment.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the parking fund, under the original model, the waterfall payment was projected to be $1 million a year. And even with that, we thought that was conservative. However, when we paid off that $1 million, assumed they were also paying for the sub-debt, right? So since we paid off the sub-debt, the waterfall payment will be higher, but we also have more debt service to pay ourselves. So that's probably, based on our calculations on debt service savings, should be more than $1 million. And that's what we're waiting to see. How much, if our assumptions on that model was very detailed. And we thought conservative. We're just waiting to see how that plays out and making sure before I make a statement that yes, that's all going to be fine. It's going to be more than $1 million. And then within our own parking assets, we also make a net revenue. And whether that's going to be enough to fund transportation.
How about if I just revise it to say that sentence, however, the waterfall payment is anticipated to net $1 million, because that, that addresses.
I would say, yeah.
Net is the key word there.
At least, now that the sub-debt's been paid off, it should be higher.
Yeah. Okay. I think then that's conservative.
Okay. We're good there?
Yeah, I am.
Before you, I have a question under the transportation fund. Parking to send 1.4 million. To whom?
To the transportation fund to assist with its operations.
You can spell that out.
Thank you.
Good?
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Next. Department?
Hold on. I have planning and zoning. That was April 19th, if you want to look at the presentation. But
did we do HR already?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Did I skip over HR?
I'm just looking at the listing in the document we were using.
Oh, we were going in the order of presentations. AR was last week, so.
Okay, I'm just looking at the list that's printed here.
Right.
But that's fine.
So planning and zoning, are we?
HR first.
Yeah, so planning and zoning would be next.
Mm-hmm.
Enhancements included in the budget were the office associate, the planner, and the increased economic development budget. So I will include those up top, and then we can discuss.
So was that completed in the document that we're working with?
Yeah, I'm putting it up top, hang on.
Here it is.
I guess let's talk about the planner first.
Yep.
Comments on the adding a planner?
That's that enhancement was not included in,
No, it's in the budget. These are all in the budget.
Here you go.
So
I
we
just
have
had
an
it.
associate that's added, we have a planner that's being added, and an increase to the economic development budget by 15,000.
Oh, wait, time out. I think Alderman Finlayson has a good point. When we clarify an enhancement that's not in the mayor's budget, basically as an added enhancement, we should clarify that.
We have them.
Thank you. Okay.
So what we need to clarify is the fact that there are 2 new positions being funded in the mayor's budget.
And that's what we're going to talk about right now.
Okay.
Because I have a big question to ask about the office associate, and not trying to diminish what they might need, but it is my understanding that planning and zoning are not fully in the office, that often they're working from home. Is that correct?
Okay, so we'll talk about that one first. Sorry, that's okay.
Michael Malinoff, city manager. Not that I know of. We changed those rules back in January, I think, that unless they get a medical note that's separate and apart from everyone else, that they have to come into work, and I believe it was 1 day or 2 at maximum they could work 2 days at home. So I don't think so. I mean, we had a couple of, I know you know about the recent employee passing, and we've had some turnover there. This position, right now they only have a contract administrative person, and I can tell you it's an office that pushes a lot of paper calls and information, and I really think it's an important component of the office. And we're in the process, although the interviews haven't started, we have an interview board for the new director, and I will assure you the issues that we will be discussing with whomever is hired is, the office being fully manned and operating and efficient, which has been issues that the council has often raised with us.
Okay, so currently they have 2 administrative office associates, and they're looking to add a 3rd.
Well, no, the others are all in the permitting end, and this is a position that's more clerical of nature. Just the title is the same. The other people all work in processing of permits. They're in the what would be the code enforcement section of the department.
Okay, so I have listed here that there's 2, they're adding a 3rd, and then there's an office associate also.
Hold on, I'm going through the positions.
We have a revised staffing chart from May 1st. That's what we're looking at, you're looking at the revised one, right? Yep.
I would need to see that then. I'm just using what I have in the,
And according to the new chart, the numbers went down.
So there's this one. 2 going to 3.
again, there are several people, I think, under that job description, and I can get you detail for tomorrow, which may be better suited for your questions, that are over in the permitting section. And there is one individual who has been, was that position converted, do you know, that had been there a long time, the clerical person?
Yes, but I don't know the position that it was.
Yeah, do you mind if we revisit it? Because I need to dig into it. Again, I've been over in that office, I was acting. The only person who was doing clerical related work specific to the office operations as a whole, there was one individual, and that individual was a contract position that I think was made full-time, but I don't know that it's civil service. I'd have to check last year. The others are all permitting. They all process, they all work with the permitting end. And this is just seeking a person to help with the overall clerical operations. But let me find out.
Okay.
I'd rather not do it by the seat of my pants. I know what I've seen and operated, but I want to be current and I can report back to you.
Okay. Can we table planning and zoning until tomorrow's discussion?
I'm good with that, but I have a question today. Mr. Melanoff, it would be helpful if this list were divided in the various divisions, because they're all grouped there and it looks like they're all in planning. And we know that there's economic development, we know that there's inspections and permits. They're not even in the same locations. So I think that would help us figure out who's who. There's the planning group, but we all know where they are, but the staff that manages the counter, the permitting, and then we have people like the inspector who was here, who is in that department also, even though he's out of the fire
Well,
department.
they're not in the department, but they are physically there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could break it down so we'll know where everybody is, that would be very helpful instead of just a list.
Right. I'll be seeing Ms. Hopkins in about 15 minutes, so I'll talk to her about breaking this out.
And may I ask my questions to have for tomorrow, and it is in line with what Alderwoman Finlayson asked for, because, how is the planning and zoning office, coordinated with the permit counter as far as office associates, I think what I'm getting to is, can one handle both?
Yeah,
we'll talk about it tomorrow, but that, and the other thing is, what is the policy right now for hybrid, or whatever you want to call it? What is the latest from you on that?
right. I can supply that because I brought it up and sent the memo out. I just failed to recall the number of days, but I can get you the hybrid policy to you. The hybrid policy that I sent out in January. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but they want to see it, so I can send it to them.
Yeah. And just something to ponder with my colleagues. What I didn't hear from Tom, the director, was what was not working. What was not working that he needed this, because we were hearing a lot about things being done online, et cetera. So, okay, so the planner. Comments on the planner. Planner is, this is easy to look at. The planner is
129.
Thank you.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, and that's in the mayor's budget. Comments?
I would support all of the items that are in the mayor's budget. Office associate, the planner, and the increased economic development's budget.
Okay.
I thought we were tabling the office associate for tomorrow. Did that change?
We are. I am not yet in support of it. I want some of those questions answered.
I'm sorry, I thought I answered your questions. What were you asking? Not you, I was talking to the chair. Didn't you ask?
I'm asking, I brought it up because I heard Alderwoman O'Neill said she wanted to table it.
I'm good with tabling it.
Just that, not the others. Okay. So back.
Yeah, so the planner?
The planner, yeah, it sounds like that's okay. And we heard that at the, the strategy session, that there's not enough planners.
Are we only talking about tabling the planner
No, we're only
decision?
talking about the tabling the office associate at this moment.
So all of the recommendations for that department we're tabling?
No, just the office associate. The planner, we just said we would be okay with.
So we're supporting the planner and we're supporting economic development?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll discuss
Go back to the office associate.
Office associate tomorrow. Our next department is Office of Law.
The whirlwind. I don't think he has any enhancements, but let me check. I may be wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, he was pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Are you okay? I had time to
Is that good?
check your
Any other
notes.
discussion? No enhancements, nothing we want to add?
Do we want to make any reference to them in the report?
We're just putting no added enhancement for 2024.
What did you mean about that?
Well, I mean, I thought we were going to have at least a statement related to each department, but if we're not, then we should be
What would you like that
consistent.
statement to be?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. We can go back. If there's nothing in the Office of Law, then.
I know, it's funny, because we all took notes, and I'm like frantically looking at the same time. As long as everybody feels comfortable, I just remember that one being pretty straightforward. In fact, I don't think I have anything in my rubric. Okay.
The only thing I think oh, yeah, no, I didn't have anything in mind. I do want to point out on record that we appreciate Ms. Reuter going through and doing the city code edits and details to the misspellings and properly titling things. I know that's a tedious job, but it's making it much more clear, especially as we were reading through the fines and fees today. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
To that point, I know that there was discussion on who was rewriting the city code. Does that need to be addressed at all, or?
I believe the discussion was in regards to Ms. Reuter.
Okay.
Not rewriting the city code,
We
but
clarified
writing the
it.
city code.
I think, okay, I'm satisfied. Alderwoman Finlayson, the law office.
I'm satisfied. That's fine.
Okay. Cynthia, do you have to be somewhere else? I don't mean to, I know we called you in for the fees and fines, but really, are you able to get other work done sitting there? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for being here. It's always great to have a representative from the law office. All righty.
Next up is MIT.
Trust but verify. Yep, it is MIT, and that was the 20th.
They have quite a few smaller enhancements, but we agreed yesterday that we were only going to include the enhancements that were, 30 or more?
That were what?
30,000 or more? Is that correct? Or do we want to include this whole list because it?
No, that's what we decided, but let me.
Here, I'll pull it.
I thought, I've got to get my notes. I thought for sure he had all of his enhancements in the mayor's budget.
He did.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. Okay.
There's only one, which is the analyst, 136,000.
The MIT analyst, yeah.
Oh, that's not listed on here, is it? No, it's not. So we should just list that 136,000 for the analyst.
Senior system analyst position. It's a new position.
I lost my page. Okay.
Okay, so Jody, on that position, that's a net add, right? There wasn't any, obviously, any vacancies or anything. Yes, IT.
That's the net add to IT, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah. I think we all agreed on the importance of that department to keep going.
Okay. And so our statement for that is that Finance Committee agrees.
Does everybody take a chance to look at their notes? I don't want to go too fast.
And the purpose of the analyst is to assist the,
I think he told us in his presentation, but let me get that very quickly.
I'm going to ask that we look at all of the new positions with an equity lens.
That's a good point.
I mean, their budget increased by a certain amount, but most of those are software licenses and services, cybersecurity services.
Yeah. See, on that one, no, sorry. I clearly heard that he was not able to meet fiscal year 2024, that he was not able to meet a performance measure of keeping the environment safe from ransomware and other data breaches. He was not able to, and hence, in his short-term goals, he needed this position. That's how what I understood.
Madam Chair, I don't think he said he was not able to protect us because we haven't had any malware attacks.
Yeah, he was able to prevent. Oh no, it's hard to measure. That's server. Yeah, I just got the impression that he didn't have the bandwidth to address that, but I'm looking to see what this position does. What, did you have an opinion, Alderwoman O'Neill, from your notes? Anything?
In my notes, it basically said that the senior system analysis was going to be in charge of everything new that they're adding, the software launch. Would this be an appropriate place to discuss the fact that they're changing their name to?
Oh gosh, good memory.
It's
I mean, yeah.
ITS.
Alrighty. Yeah. Yeah.
Integrated Technology Services.
I think that should be in our recommendations, that we support the change of the name,
Yeah.
so it's not an arbitrary decision. I think it should be noted that the department impacts all departments,
Yeah.
not unlike emergency management. They reach and provide services for everyone.
Yeah, he was tasked with implementing 4, software he calls solutions, for the other city departments, and basically develops and schedules all that. He mentions 3 city departments in particular.
Is that APD, finance? The 2 that I'm looking at. And HR.
And yeah, Finance APD.
You know what was really understated, which was I caught, and he, of course, he was so humble about it, is that he implemented planning and zoning. That's what it was, because he implemented the paper-free stuff, and that the permit system was going along very well. And then that was reflected in the revenue for permits that had increased, and you could attribute it to the streamlining by the IT process implemented, whatever that was, but yeah, he, 80 accessible online forms. He built 85 from 48. So,
Okay,
okay.
you good there? Next department?
So we are supporting the position in the mayor's budget for the senior systems analyst.
Currently,
in
I do
the
agree with you.
ITS department.
I do agree with you too, that we need to take a look at all new positions eventually, but in
Yeah.
the purpose of this, right now, we're going ahead and supporting it. But we'll look at it through the equity lens
Yeah.
for all additions. The next department after NIT?
And I have a list of those from Jody. Okay, the next one is finance. I think that was mine where. Oh, okay, yeah.
We're not allowed to talk about her while she's gone.
We can talk about it. Okay, yeah, her staffing was a little confusing, but then I figured it out as far as, she gave us a future staffing summary. And, but for this year, we're talking about you, Jody, for the finance department,
Question?
not one yet.
We don't have a question yet. We
No,
just were stalling until you came back so we could talk about you when you're in the room and not outside of the room.
Okay, from what I understand, you're adding the senior accountant, but it's no.
No, fiscal impact.
Fiscal impact is the
For
word.
24. And the reason is, I got the grants administrator position last year. As you know, I put forth, this is where I think ultimately the finance department should be to handle the workload we have. And I added a couple positions last year. The grants administrator is one of them. It has to be grade determined because I don't have a grade for it yet. But that, I haven't worked to fill that position or grade it because there's nowhere for the person to sit. There's physically no room to add bodies.
Yeah, that's your limitation.
Yes, so then the next, to further move that development along, I would like to add the senior accountant, it's for the accounts receivable side, meaning, I've talked about enforcement, we don't have somebody who is in charge of enforcing the collection of receivables. And so the title is, what I'm calling is senior accountant in charge of accounts receivable, is what I'm calling, to help with host compliance, identifying non-compliant short-term rentals, to make sure that all of our pilot agreements are reporting and sending the funds they should. There's nobody available to deep dive into that to follow up. So I need somebody in that role. I think that will greatly enhance our revenue collection efforts. And so in the budget, what I did was add the position, but recognizing that I wasn't going to be able to fill it because there's no room, physical room, until we figure out what we're doing with office space. I took the equivalent for those two positions, grants administrator, senior accountant. I took an equivalent 100. One of the positions I booked turnover against it. So adding the position, taking full turnover for it, so that I only have funding for one.
Right.
In 24. I'm hoping that at some point in time, in 24 or 25, we have space, and then I'll be able to fill them both.
Did you delete all the stuff Or did you,
I
yeah,
haven't
because,
deleted, I've only added the enhancement as we have done.
oh,
for
no,
the
no,
other
I'm only
department.
saying it because I wrote a couple, that was an important point, was the room being the limitation, that's all.
Yeah.
Somewhere buried in there.
So the addition of the position didn't have any overall net impact on the budget.
Okay. Okay. Any comments or questions on finance department? Everybody have time to check their notes and all that?
No, that's the only enhancement that you asked for.
So I'm checking the
Checking to make sure there wasn't something smaller in training or supplies, but I don't believe so.
I'm looking at the staffing summary chart. So we've gone from 1 senior accountant to 3,
So you,
from
hold on a
23
second.
to 24,
What page am I on? Somebody help me.
61.
Okay, yeah, I got it. All right. So where do you see 1 to 3? I see 1 to 2.
23 is 1.
Senior accountant, 1 in 23, just above, what is that, where the 4s are, the accountant.
Again, I don't have, are you looking at the revised table?
Yes.
It
Let me ask you one
revised on
question.
April 26th. Is there a newer
Let
one?
me just ask, I don't have that in front of me, so I'm going to ask you one question. On your revised schedule, when you see accounting manager, it says 1 in 23, what does it say in 24?
I'm looking at the revised that's dated April 26th. Senior accountant.
So now that I can see what happened, so last year I came to you, asking that I get a budget manager and an accounting manager. And Katie was promoted to budget manager, and I intended to promote an internal accountant who was doing that type of work to accounting manager. And we listed the position, then that person resigned and went to work with the state. So then when I listed the position, I was having a really difficult time finding somebody to give the position to within the pay scale that we offer. And so what we decided to do, with no success, after a couple different listings, we decided to, instead of make that accounting manager, to back it down to a senior accountant and promote from within. So it's not ideally what I wanted, but we were pivoting to fill it as a senior accountant and fill it within, and then we'll backfill that accountant slot, whoever gets moved up. So that's why you see that 1 on the accounting manager line, you see a 1 and a 0. And then on the senior accountant line, you see that extra senior accountant, and that's why.
But it's actually not a senior accountant.
It was supposed to be an accounting manager.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you.
So refresh my memory on what happened in purchasing. We're okay, there's nothing there that is still, is that position
Yeah, there's still 3.
permanent now? Is it, just, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Purchasing staff.
There's 3 positions.
And
The director, I won't call him a director, purchasing officer, senior buyer, and a buyer. Those are all still intact.
Okay.
And I have a new procurement officer starting.
Okay, great. Okay.
So you have now filled that position?
Yes, I have filled the procurement officer position.
Okay.
Sounds like.
When you had done your report back on the date that you did it.
Well,
we didn't have that position filled.
Right.
At that time, I had made the offer, but we were still doing we do full background checks for anybody who comes to work for us. And then there were other pre-employment screenings that had to be done, and those weren't completed. So I didn't want to make a formal announcement.
Thank you. That's exciting.
Yes.
It is.
It's been almost a year, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So we have the one enhancement and.
Do we need to include the $45,000 consultant because it's over our $30,000 threshold
What was that
for added expenses?
for? There's a $45,000 consultant, Jody?
Under contractual services?
There's not a particular consultant, it's just that during the year, sometimes I have to use professional services, sometimes in the form of temp services as well. And so, in fact, this last year, I've had to use firms to help me find people for jobs and pay their fee for that. So those are the kind of things that would get charged to that, like a headhunter fee is what we used to call them.
Okay,
And again, all of these items are included in the mayor's budget already.
correct. But in the other departments, anything over 30, we were adding, when they added over 30 in some,
I'm not sure that's an ad. If you looked at last year's, we might have some in there for consultants as well.
Yeah, we're just calling it included.
Oh, okay, like
yeah.
included items, okay. I don't know that it's, like I said, it's a net ad, but I'd have to look at the numbers to see if they went up by, or 40,000.
Something that we discussed during that presentation, the sprinkler fund, it's on non-allocated. Isn't that just for commercial buildings? Your question back then concerned me because it was on
I
residential.
don't think so.
I don't think, no, not necessarily.
Really? Okay.
When, I think, trying to think of the historical, there's another tax credit
Yeah.
that deals with that, and that may be limited to businesses, but the sprinkler fund, no. We have
It's open
had
to-
people with short-term rentals.
Yay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, just
Do
wanted,
we not have people who have taken advantage of that and are paying us back for their residential?
yeah,
Yeah, some of our loans are to residential.
yeah, good. All right, I don't have anything.
So there are no budget requests that were unfunded? Of course not, but I'm not seeing anything in the paperwork here.
No, I would say not. I mean, I put out there what I want my department to ultimately look like, but I'm not gonna try to do it all at once. So, both for space and for function, we couldn't take on all the people all at once. It would be too much. So just trying to, take on the new positions and the new roles one at a time or two at a time.
I'll ask a question, I'm not sure of the answer, but do you think it's, because we like visuals, her staffing chart, do you think we should put that in the report or not? Do you think that would open up too many questions? Because it does show the growth of her plan. Just is a visual of how the department has grown, in case people ask, like, why are we moving this person to this person, or do you think it will just open up a can of worms? It's a nice
If we
visual.
put it in for finance, we have to put it in for everybody.
Oh, I'm only asking because hers was, the one I'm talking about, the one that's color-coded and everything, the chart, but, okay.
You're talking about the staffing summary?
Yeah, okay.
It's a net add of 1 this year.
Okay. Next is police. Yes. Yes, April 24th, police. If this is helpful, this might be helpful.
I think so, because
I think this is,
otherwise it's really hard to read.
yeah, no, this is really great. That tells us what is in the mayor's budget as enhancements, so we have that clarity.
So we should include all of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes?
Yeah.
We don't have this digitally, do we? Or do we?
I think
Yes. Katie sent it to us?
she did. And, okay, what was
Yes,
it? You got
it
it?
is here. Yep.
Yay,
So I'm just gonna pull it from there.
yay.
Do we want to, in relation to how we're doing the other reports?
There are two enhancements from, are we still on police?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there are two enhancements in the police department. 8,000 for the IT project manager and 41,000 for crossing guards.
We thought that until we got Katie's list last night, and there's 8.
They're not 8 new unbudgeted things in.
Oh, not unbudgeted. I'm sorry, these are in the mayor's budget. So, did you cut and paste those?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're talking, I thought that's what we were talking about, the things that, the enhancements.
Yeah. I'm trying to format it so that it's the same as the other one.
Yeah, this one I just
That's
wanted, Katie's not here, Jody, but, you know, he had a presentation of his budget enhancements and was asked, are all of these in the mayor's budget? And he said, yes, I believe. They don't, I'm just checking, carport, gun range, upgrade. What he doesn't list is well, he's got that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's got 2 more here listed that I just want to make sure are in the mayor's budget because it's not on his presentation. And it's $33,600 for civil service conversion, admin accreditation. And then the $30,000 for the civil service investigative support analyst. Just curious why they're on Katie's, they're on the police, they're on Katie's list, but they're not on his list, so better.
For what? For what enhancements? You kind of read them all
There
together.
are 2 conversions that Katie had on her list that he didn't have on his list as far as enhancements.
So
His enhancements.
we started out with his original request, which was there were 4 people, 4 positions that needed to be converted because they're near the end of the 5-year period.
Yeah.
And we talked about it with him last year, so we decided to do it. And then he tells us that 2 of them are going to be vacated, and you can't convert contractual to civil service when it's a vacant position or something like that. So if we're going to make it, we'll have to wait until it's filled and then do it or something. Tricia would have to tell you the particulars on that, but he informed us that he was only going to do 2 of those because he expected the positions to be vacant and not be able to be upgraded. I'm sorry, not upgraded, converted to a civil service position. So I don't know if that's what you're looking at or
Well,
not.
I
That could
do
be the
list-
2 that.
Yeah, that's all. I don't, from what you just said, it doesn't sound like all of the enhancements that Katie gave us are in there, you know, this list. is-
So there were 4 when we developed it. We found out about those 2 positions right before he was doing his presentation. So it was a surprise for us. And I say that there may be, so they may not need all the funding they have that we put in here for them, but if they fill the position at some point in time, we may do a conversion
Okay, so it's
later, or we may start them over from the 5-year clock.
Okay.
I'm not sure how that works.
Okay, so it's best to list them, but there is a little bit of a disclaimer if they don't convert, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that much funding related to each
one,
conversion, so I wouldn't suggest trying to
Yeah.
make a change for it in their very large budget.
Okay. Okay. So yes, put them all in.
And was there anything unfunded that they?
Oh, they got more. No.
2 positions, IT manager and the crossing guards.
were not funded.
Not funded. 8,000 for the project manager and $41,224 for the crossing guards. Jody, you're looking bewildered.
No, I'm just looking to, I was looking at the budget highlights to see that it wasn't in there, and I don't recall what the request was on the crossing guards. Do they want to convert them, or do they want to pay them more?
We have to be, well, we're trying to be comparable to what the county pays. The county pays for some crossing guards, and we pay for some.
Okay, because I don't remember that in their original submission, but it would be helpful if Katie was-
Captain Miguez sent it, and I may have, I don't know how I got it, but I got it from Captain Miguez.
Can you repeat those two for me, please, Sheila?
Yeah, it's in the document.
Okay, I just don't have it in front of me. I want
Every time you move it, I lose it on my screen, so.
Sorry.
Let's see where it is.
Where did it come from? Was it the present? I don't see it in the
From,
presentation.
yeah, Captain Miguez. IT project manager, $8,000. And crossing guards, 41,000.
41, okay.
2224. And there was a question mark after that because the county council the county executive increased their salaries in his budget. So with this increase, we may still be behind the county crossing guards.
And we hire some crossing guards? And the county hires some?
Yeah, Jody,
Katie, have you been listening to any of this? Okay.
They're in APD. They've gone round and round with where they've been, but
and they didn't get any of the benefits of our increases last year, from my understanding.
because I guess they're all contract employees. I'm not sure, but that's unfortunate.
41,224.
I have no idea about the other
You
one.
want to get on and explain the interaction between
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Did you get photos?
Huh?
Did you get photos?
I did. Well, I didn't. I mean, I got what I could. Nice. It's pretty nice.
Her mic is on.
Can
Katie,
your
we,
mic on, please?
yeah, we were looking at your upgrade list compared to the police. And
Okay.
just those conversions and wanted to make sure we got it right.
So the enhancements that we awarded were the 4 conversions, civil service conversions, the 1 conversion of the PCO1 to PCO2,
Yeah.
and the 3 capital. So that's the gun range HVAC system, the carport for Bearcat and ambulance, and the security upgrades. The rest of them were not awarded. And what I have as being the rest of them would be, bear with me, the position for the BWC reviewer, internal affairs investigator, internal affairs advocate, IT project manager, and that's all I have.
Crossing guards?
So what Capri told me is that the request, we put together the budget, and the request for the increase of the crossing guards came after that. So we didn't have that in there because it was requested too late to make the proposed budget.
Okay, but the IT project manager also is not funded?
Correct, this is not funded. And I will say, we can't, part of the consideration going into all this is we can't fill everything everybody asked for, and as you can see, their list was long.
Right, but you had 3 more things that you listed than we have for unfunded.
What they put, I guess they didn't say those other positions in their presentation, so.
So how are you?
What I provided was what was provided to us as of the cutoff, the enhancement, the budget material cutoff, per se.
Okay, how would we like to handle that? Should we include those as not funded enhancements?
I reached out to Captain Miguez when I was writing this portion, and asked him. He's the one who gave me those two
Those two.
items.
So those two we'll take under consideration and the
Yes.
other ones we'll see.
Yeah, he didn't mention them, so
Okay.
I don't think we should
So
worry
how are
about
we
them.
noting that in the report if they're unfunded and our position on them? Is it clear?
We haven't put it in position at all on them.
Okay.
I just put him on here.
Okay.
So I'm
Can
waiting for you to say.
I just am so adamant about the crossing guards, and especially now that we're hearing that it was missed. And I don't, Jody, are crossing guards contract? They're not civil, Jody?
They're contract employees, I'm
They're
almost sure. Ms. Conley, crossing guards, contract employees?
Yeah.
Contract, I believe.
Yeah, otherwise they would have gotten a raise. Okay.
So should I say that the finance committee supports funding the crossing guards? And how about the IT project manager?
I don't know enough about it. I don't know anything about it. Enlighten me.
So
Well, we
the
could
crossing
reach out to
guards are
Kathy
temporary
because-
seasonal,
Temporary seasonal?
except for the supervisor. The supervisor is contract. But there's 15 seasonal crossing guards. And, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want,
Do we need to reach out to Captain McGuez to get an explanation of the IT project
I
person?
think so.
It's Jody, what?
So I went, during the year, a couple of positions were, I'll say, on the administrative side, they've added administrative positions using funding offices that, because they have a lot of vacancies and they wanted to fill some roles, and I want to make sure the IT manager isn't one of them. They would use funding from an officer, hire an IT manager, and what the request was, it might be to make that a permanent ad instead of using the funding from something that's vacant. I don't know if you're following me. So I just want him to clarify whether this is something brand new or if it's something he's currently has funded in another way that he wants to continue and add it as a regular position.
Okay. In the absence of Director Malinoff, could we ask that Vicki, if you could reach out to Captain McGuez? We're not allowed to reach out to him from here. And ask him if he can clarify the project manager request for $8,000.
And if you can do it verbally, I mean, in writing, that's great. We'd like to see him, but I don't want to disrupt.
We don't want to
his-
pull him off the street to ask him one
Exactly.
question.
Exactly.
Not that he's a streetwalker.
If, I do want to see if you're using their numbers to come up with your amounts, your amendment amounts, I would just let us have an opportunity to kind of vet them because.
I've already gone through that.
Okay, I'm
Like,
sorry.
we have to verify the amounts are calculated correctly.
My apologies.
Yes, we talked about that in another department.
Got it.
While we're waiting on reply, should we move forward and I'll leave that as
Are
blue?
is someone reaching out to Captain McGuez?
I believe that
You are,
Vicki is.
okay, thank you, Miss.
So I'm going to leave
Okay.
that blue so that we know that it's not completed. Okay.
DPW?
All right. I'm going to leave this blue. Yes.
Yeah, he does the budget.
As opposed to Amy, Captain Amy.
Yeah. She tells him what to do.
Both at home and at work. Sorry. That was not very nice of me.
Okay, so Katie has listed, it's the Public Works, that there are 6. There are 6 enhancements that are in the mayor's budget.
All right, let's see.
This is very helpful, by the way, Katie, or you would be scrambling.
Department of Public Works. Did you have enhancements? Yes. 1, 2, 3. You have 6 as well.
Yeah, he was pretty straightforward about
Do
them.
you want the, I'm gonna copy these now.
It's about rules. Can you send, you said you sent me the.
So, in the effort to keep things similar, I'm just going to put the line item first. 40,000 for, and these were all funded, yes?
Yes.
Are there any unfunded requests? No? Anybody?
Not, I didn't have that in my notes, I think.
Which department are you on?
DPW?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did you want Captain, I think it's Acting Captain McGuess,
Yeah.
to come today? Or
No, we just wanted a clarification on the position that she had asked for.
He.
That you don't want him to appear in person?
If you can explain it, I'm just trying to save him time, yeah.
And the clarification meaning what?
What the position is.
Okay.
What the position is and why
Why it's
it's
important?
8,000.
Okay.
What is the 8,000?
8,000?
Yeah.
It doesn't make,
I think it's a supplement to something.
You think he's
very
upgrading him or
responsive. If we
something?
send
It's a
him
contractual
Or
position.
email, he'll respond immediately.
Do you
It
want
sounds
to
like
increase
he has
the amount?
responded.
It was 8,000.
At $8,000.
So it sounds like he's trying to pay somebody more in some way, or give them benefits in some way. So, well,
So that's what we're trying to clarify. Like,
Yeah.
What is it? Does it need to be added as an amendment or? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not.
Madam Chair, if I can read the enhancement request that was given to us, this is for the IT project manager.
yeah.
Our IT project manager has been in this employment agreement position for 1 year. This is a position that will continue to be necessary for the department. The IT project manager provides support for department-wide networking, including servers, operating systems, and security, provides administrative support for internet and email services, and troubleshoots and repairs computers and other communication equipment, devices, and softwares. Since creating this position, similar industry positions have become available at a small increase in salary. This enhancement is to address the difference.
they're recommending higher pay.
Yes, ma'am.
They're not trying to convert it, correct?
That's correct.
They want to pay the person more, believing they're going to be enticed away to another job.
And that wasn't addressed in last year's pay increase.
We did give everyone across the board a 2.5%.
Correct, yeah.
So
Oh,
if that
even
might
contract
offset.
employees will get a 2.5% pay raise.
Crossing guards did not.
Yes, everyone. So I'm curious if,
Whoa, 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 I'm sorry. I thought they were under contract with crossing guards.
Yes, but and every time they sign a contract, there's a pay rate involved, and those pay rates are expecting to increase by 2.5% on July 1.
So they got the 2.5% increase.
They got a 2.5%. I don't know what they were requesting in their special request to increase their salaries. It might be more than that.
Yeah.
So
So
does Ms.
this
Connolly
eight-
have any detail on the crossing guard enhancement?
Yeah.
I can read what Captain McGuez sent me yesterday.
Thank you.
And it must have been late because I spoke to him earlier in the day, and he gave me the $41,000 amount. But he had mentioned that the county council was meeting, and they were planning to increase, the county executive was increasing their salary and trying to keep us comparable. So it says regarding the further increase to our crossing guard positions to match AACO's now $20 an hour, the total fiscal impact would be approximately $71,500. This includes an appropriate increase to the employment agreement position of the crossing guard supervisor to maintain the spread between that and the crossing guards. Period.
So with the two that we just talked about, I'm curious if how much our 2.5% cuts their request. Do you know what I mean? So
But isn't that what she just said? Because it was equated to 74 something. Did you just read? And then he's asking for 41, so is that the difference?
Well, I'm not sure whether, I think the 41,000 was the number he had calculated initially. But then the county executive increased their salaries again to $20, which would make the increase 71,000 instead of 41.
Can I ask a question? Is it fair to say on the enhancements that were submitted that are not in the mayor's budget, that we got under separate cover or what have you, you haven't really analyzed?
No, and the crossing guard ones is one that has come recently that we didn't see in our decision making. So it's just something new, and that would go for any department that came up with something after the budget was already pulled together. I just looked at one of our crossing guards. Their current hourly rate's $15.84 an hour. That's just one. I don't know if they're all the same. And our 2.5 would get them to $16.23. So you said the county introduced the budget. They said $20 an hour. So we're not there yet, but we'd have to evaluate what that cost is. And like Katie said, we need to check the amounts to make sure that we concur with the whatever thousand he said would be the difference. And then we would decide if we, want to put it in there. And I think that's what you're doing right now. And second of all, they've introduced the budget at the county. You're presuming that all passes as is, because the council scrutinizes their budget as well and can cut budgets when they want to. So.
Well,
I'm just saying it's not a done deal at the county. That's what they've introduced.
I understand. I know that that's the goal they're trying to reach. They want to pay them $20 an hour. It sounds like we're considerably below that with the example you just gave of 16 something. So I would like for us to make a recommendation that and we can decide whether it's 41 or 71, that we put it in as a recommendation to increase the salary of the crossing guards. And then you can come back, Ms. Dickinson, with your calculated number.
So what you would do is say the finance committee is going to recommend an amendment for this, and then we would draft the amendment with the appropriate amount.
And well, we're going to have to do that for all of our recommendations.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm saying that's at that point we will do it, and that can go in that way, and we will determine what the dollar amount
But we
is.
want it in our written notes, and that's
Yes.
what we're doing right now.
And with an identified funding source, correct?
So as you make these changes and recommendations to the budget, anything that's a continuing cost, we would like you to consider where else we should take it out of the budget.
Well, if we make other cuts and free up some dollars, that's one way of.
That is one way of doing it, yes. Or we have to put more ARPA funding in, and we had planned on using that over the next 2 years, so there's not a lot of excess ARPA funds to cover things like that.
What's the goal, to equal the county pay?
$20, it looks like the county's pursuing. But as Ms. Dickinson said, it's in the county exec's budget, it hasn't been approved yet. But that's his goal.
Okay.
And crossing guards, I don't need to say, are vital.
We may
Can I ask you to clarify when you were saying the amounts that were related to the crossing guards? And were you saying 7,100 or 71,000?
71,500.
Total, it brings the total pay for the crossing guards to that?
So that I assume, this is coming from Captain McGez, that would put everybody at the $20 benchmark.
And the 71 is the total for the year for all 15 crossing guards?
To bring them to $20
All
an
right.
hour.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, we're wording the email to.
Okay, yeah, he might need to come in, got a little bit complicated.
Okay, so do you agree with this? The Finance Committee supports funding the crossing guards, increasing their hourly pay to $200 per hour, and an
Ellie, your
increase in
mic's not on.
salary to the IT project manager.
I'm
That
sorry,
needs
could
the
you say
budget.
that all
No,
again?
wait, hold on.
I'm reading what I wrote, sorry.
Oh,
The Finance
okay.
Committee supports funding the crossing guards,
Yes. yes.
increasing their hourly pay to $20 per hour, and an increase in salary to the IT project manager that needs the budget analyst to determine the dollar amount of the increase and identify the funding source.
Did we say we recommended that, or are you just listening it?
Supports. Finance Committee supports funding.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I don't support it yet.
I would support it. We're not putting the $8,000 amount in there for the
Yes,
IT manager?
Yes.
Okay,
I
I'm
have
sorry, I
an
didn't see
increase
that.
in salary. I'll put the dollar amount.
We have a 3-minute countdown.
Do we have a time, are you gonna go beyond 1:30?
We can't today. I have another meeting that starts at 1:30.
I just have a meeting starting at 1:30,
Yeah,
so
we're gonna.
I'm gonna have to
we're
get back
gonna-
down to my
We're
office
gonna
if-
adjourn and reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and maybe,
yeah.
maybe.
I just didn't wanna miss something, and if I have to cancel my meeting or whatever, I will, but.
We're doing well. I think
No.
Captain McGuire is free to come in at first thing in the morning if that's probably more beneficial. Do you agree? If he,
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know whether we need to bring him in here. I think if
Yeah.
we got him on the phone, we
Totally
could
up
ask
to
him
him.
the same questions.
yeah, totally up to him.
So we have Public Works. What do we have left for tomorrow? Public Works.
What is that?
Have we done HR?
HR. Are you guys adding?
So we
Grants.
have Public Works.
I don't know.
We did the enterprise funds. Human resource should be not difficult. City manager's office.
And that
grants.
includes OCS, correct?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So
And community grants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're okay. We've got 4 to do tomorrow and no legislation.
no, because you guys.
Did it
Well, we're
today.
gonna,
Not R21, not the fees. You did
yeah, we
fine.
have to just go, yeah.
Just the fees, just one piece of legislation.
Madam Chair,
Didn't we have legislation on our agenda for today's
Okay,
meeting,
hold on.
finance meeting? Have we done that?
Oh, we're
You
gonna,
guys said you were gonna come back. You guys didn't vote on R21.
which is what, the
22?
fees?
The fees.
Or was it fines?
No, we voted on fines, recommended it favorably. R21 was the fees.
Okay, hold
So
on.
there's no
'cause,
action there.
Okay, I'm talking about today's agenda for the finance committee.
We have markets
Yes.
reevaluated.
So we only have the 3, okay. So did we do
No, that's what I was just
the
saying.
fines,
We
not,
did these two, we made a motion on this one.
okay.
Have we had the building, we had the fire marshal come.
We did, so he answered our question, we just didn't go back and vote on it.
Yeah, let's go back quickly and do a favorable on
That's fine.
the fees. Do I have a motion?
Motion for a favorable recommendation on the fees schedule to the council.
I'll second it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. You guys finally got it.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
tomorrow, would we have our essay ready for the CNI?
Yes.
100,000, that's getting approved right now, so we want to put that on the agenda for tomorrow. It's a sub-grant
Okay.
that,
Who's
It's
here to
done.
speak to that? Will somebody be here to speak to that?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's,
It's either Teresa Wellman or Eric Lashinsky, and I will reach out to them to see if they can be here to talk about it.
thank you.
Is there any other, the departments that you're going, sorry, Madam Chair.
No, fine, yeah, no.
Is there any other departments that you're discussing or writing in your report tomorrow that you would want present? Would you like all of them present?
The only one was the, refresh my memory on what we needed to hear about the office associate.
From planning and zoning.
Yeah. What did we need to know? That was a comeback, and I don't know if that was a department.
That was we're coming back to it because we had a question for the department as far as the breakdown of who's in permitting versus who's in planning and zoning versus.
Yeah, and that was Mike Malinoff.
Mr. Malinoff is bringing that in.
Okay, cool.
Ms.
So-
Conley, I think we need you here tomorrow, though, for all the departments.
I will be here.
She's asking about,
I wanted to give the courtesy out to the department directors to make sure that they can carve out time if need be to answer questions.
just the police answer whether, via phone or if he needs to be here.
And Public Works, you're not going to want to ask them, should we assume that you want somebody to here to talk about Public Works budget
No,
or
we
whoever
already-
you're talking about?
No, I didn't, in doing my notes, I didn't have anything.
They were all
Okay.
capital items, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to give our recommendation at the bottom of it yet, but we'll do that tomorrow.
The capital budget.
Public Works.
Yeah, but
We
what about,
didn't do our
we didn't do the capital budget.
recommendation. Yeah, we didn't do the capital budget.
Yeah, homework assignment, could you guys look at the capital budget?
We have to, she has to read the minutes.
I move approval of the minutes for the May 2nd meeting.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, but yeah, have a head start on the capital budget, because that could take a while. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, thank you.
What obstacles do you